agenda. So this morning we will have a panel discussion on sustainable development in the fragile states, least developed countries, and small island developing states. I will introduce the moderator and then hand over the floor to him, to take us forward. So the moderator is Sudip Ranjan Basu, who is the deputy head of the UN SCAP Sub-Regional Office for the Pacific in SUFA since 2021. In UN SCAP, Mr. Basu has served as special assistant to the executive secretary, worked in the macroeconomic policy and financing for development division, and served as acting chief of the countries with special needs section. Mr. Basu has also worked at UNCTAD, ILO, and the World Bank, and in total, he has worked with over 50 countries. Mr. Basu earned his MA and MPhil from the Jawaharlal Nehru University and a PhD in international economics from the Geneva Graduate Institute. So, Mr. Basu, please, the floor is yours.
Vinaka, warm greetings from the Pacific. Fiji, I'm right now here in Suva. And many thanks to my dear colleagues and friends in ADB and ADBI. And thank you, Daniel, for a very good introduction to all of us. And thank you for having the night photo. I think that's very important, to begin anything, we need to be all coming together. So that's a very good starting point. And again, hello to all our friends from everywhere, not only in the region, in the Asia, in the Pacific, but beyond. So thank you for joining us today for this very important session on the issue of sustainable development in fragile state, LDCs, the least developed countries, and smaller and developing states called SIDS. So as you know, yesterday in the day one, there's a very important conversation on the SDGs, and especially that in our region, in the Asia and the Pacific, according to UN SCAP that Daniel mentioned, I work for here in the Pacific office, we have our SDG progress report, annual report, and this year our report shows that it will take at least 42 years for all the goals to be achieved by 2030 if we continue the current state. So this is an area where we need to really think as to how we overcome and accelerate. As also that only a few weeks ago in New York, we had the SDG summit, the Midpoint summit, and that also showcased the way these countries, especially the fragile states, LDCs and the SIDS, how they should all come together and turn the tide towards the acceleration of the SDGs. I'm very pleased to have today, a distinguished panelist. Of course, the idea of this panel is to not only talk about some of the issues that we'll discuss, but also to raise new ways of thinking about to provide solutions to many of these challenges. Because what we really want in this conversation is to really secure not only the understanding of the overall issue, but also to inspire us and the policymakers to think new ways of advancing the SDGs. So with that, what I'd like to do initially to, in a way, introduce our distinguished panelists. We have 3 panelists today. They are coming from the academia, the government bodies, and the international organizations. So it's a great panel. I'm very privileged to be a moderator of this panel. And of course, thank you to our audience, those who are joining us today online. And we really look forward to a very good discussions between the speakers and of course with all the participants. So let me first introduce Professor Satish Chand. He's a professor from the University of New South Wales. And Professor Chand is working in the School of Finance Business at the UNSW, based in the Australian Defence Force Academy in Canberra. Throughout his 3 decades long career, he has been researching on economic development with the issues focusing on migration, fiscal decentralization, education policy, especially focusing on the Pacific Islands. And also he has been very actively working, consulting with the ADB, the Australian Development Agency, the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat, which is based here in Suva, the World Bank and various government agencies. In particular, with the governments of Australia, Fiji, PNG, the Republic of Marshall Islands, and Vanuatu. So thank you so much, Mr. Chand, for joining us today, and this is going to be a very interesting conversation on that. Our second speaker is Dr. Katrina Kosek. She serves as a senior research fellow in the Poverty, Gender, and Inclusion Unit at the International Food Policy Institute. And I used to be actually a IPRI research fellow way back almost 20 years ago. So it's really great to see, Katrina, that you're joining this conversation. And she helms also the CGIA research program on fragility, conflict, and migration, alongside a dedicated cluster under the CGIA's program on gender equality, focusing on empowerment of women in governance, and also very importantly, that she lectured in political economy at the Johns Hopkins University. Her extensive field work and collaboration span across the nations in our region, especially in Pakistan and India, and of course in Africa, in countries like Tanzania. And she has been working very collaboratively with the World Bank, the GIZ, General Institute Development Agency, the USAID. And in 2023, she also championed the IPRI's a flagship report, the Global Food Policy, and especially spotlighting on the food crisis. As you know, that globally at the moment, since the conflict started last year, the war in Ukraine, the issue of the food and fuel and finance becoming what we call the poly crisis. So it's great to have, Katrina, your insight as to how we can look into the food, because that is in a way, the goal too as well for the SDGs. So thank you, Katrina, for joining with us. And finally, we have our friend from ADB, Mr. Tamuel Tumiva, and he's the director at the moment at the Fragility and Engagement Division, and manages 2 units, the Fragile and Conflict Affected Situations, and the Small and Developing States team, and also the NGO and Civil Society Center within that division. Thank you, Sam, for joining with us. Again, you're going to bring a lot of perspective from the ADB, which you also need for the participants to really understand how we can support and provide solutions. And most notably, Mr. Tumiva developed ADB's Clean Energy Program. As you know, we're starting the COP28 momentarily. So that is one of the critical elements, Sam, if you can also reflect later on that issue, that would be wonderful. And Mr. Tumiva also served as a deputy representative for North America in Washington, DC from 2011 to 2016, and also as ADB country director in Afghanistan from 2017 to 2019. Prior to ADB, he worked in designing a firm in Washington, DC, where he worked on development projects and developing strategic partnership, identify business opportunities that help bring new contracts for private sector clients and international donor agencies. And very importantly now, Mr. Tumiva is actually moving to Washington, DC as a representative of ADB for the North American. So congratulations, Mr. Tumiva, for that. And again, I'm sure you'll be closer to IPRI now and having a good conversation with Katrina on some of the issues. So with that, thank you again for all the 3 panelists for joining with us here today. So just very quickly before we get into the substance, in this particular session, we'll be going to discuss in depth on the issue of fragility, especially how that is a barrier to sustainable development. And then also what are the solutions, the pathways we can see to come out from that, and especially with countries like LDCs and the SIDS. And more importantly, at this stage, we also want to understand how all of these can be contextualized in the SDGs context. And as I mentioned, the SDG summit happened, so there's a lot of lessons for exploration. So let's discuss some of these issues in this conversation. And also, as you know, that apart from this fragility, of these countries, the other issue, as I mentioned, food, fuel, and finance crisis, the poly crisis, as we say, are very much part of this conversation for the governments in all these countries. So let's think about some of the ways to really address this multi-dimensional vulnerability of these countries. So without taking much time, let me first go to Professor Chand. Satish, if we can all see you. So we have, just to start with, if you can really get into some of the overall ideas when you talk about the climate change, climate crisis, the COP28 is coming up. And this is the region where, as we said, the climate is the existential threat to the Pacific, nations. So if you can really talk about some of the ways we can discuss the adaptation and mitigation policies for these Pacific nations, and given that the COP20 is coming up, so what will be your some initial reflections on that? Professor Chand, over to you.
Yep. Thanks so much, Sudeep, and again, greetings to everybody online. Just to preface my remarks, I'm a Fijian. I live in Australia. My folks grow sugarcane in rural Fiji. In fact, I'm a descendant of an indentured laborer who came to Fiji about 119 years back. So many of the issues that I'm going to be talking about today are those that I research and write about, but they're also partly drawn from my own lived experience. So going back to your question, Sudeep, what are the key climate characteristics that impact on communities within the Pacific Islands, and the impact on progress relating to the Sustainable Development Goals? Very specifically, the Pacific Island countries and SIDS in general are far more exposed to the risks of climate change compared to much larger countries. And if you sort of put that on the one hand in terms of them being the canary in the coal mines, vis-a-vis the nations who are really responsible for greenhouse gas emissions, which then brings about the human-induced impact on climate change, then these guys largely are innocent victims of the actions of others. So again, the impact is quite asymmetrical in terms of the spillover from the very large nations. I have been told, and this was the presentation out of yesterday, that roughly 40% of the greenhouse gas emissions are the result of just two nations, US and China. But if you're looking at nations who are at the forefront of climate change, and Sudeep, you have rightly put this up as an existential threat to many of the Pacific Island countries, then nations like Tuvalu, nations like RMI, Republic of Marshall Islands, many others, have a real threat of not existing at all. But for others, where most of the communities live on the coastline, a rise in the sea level basically inundates their clean, fresh water supplies. And that in itself is sufficient to drive communities out. So back to your question, Sudeep, all I want to sort of emphasize is that SIDS are right on the forefront in terms of facing the impact of climate change, but then they're the least responsible for what we're seeing.
Thank you, Satish, for really sort of highlighting the fragility, as you rightly said, and the vulnerability. Being here in the Pacific for the last 3 years, I've been, we see every year the cyclone season, which is right now actually where we're going through. I mean, the rural areas, the coastal people, they're always feeling the scare of it, and we have to prepare for this. So thank you for sort of highlighting that again. Maybe just to, kind of focus on another aspect of that, Satish, if you wish, on the issue of education. Because one very important component of the climate change is also preparedness, right? The preparedness comes to the awareness that as to how to deal with this. Again, given your long-standing work on education policies, and again, the importance of that, the skill force, the workforce is very important. And again, as you know, that there's a huge amount of conversation going on in the Pacific now, this labor policy, where workers, people are going to the other nations. It's kind of a brain drain conversation also happening. So what is very important here is within the climate context is the education policy, the skill workforce, right? So what are the things, Satish, you feel are kind of important to really build that human capital? What kind of education policies you think are really important to ensure that this climate kind of conversation put in the context of awareness building, preparedness building? Can we have a workforce which actually, those engineers can actually support those coastal communities, right? And ensure that we tide over from those climate crises. So broadly speaking, what are the things, Satish, you feel in terms of the skilled workforce, the education policy, as to how the Pacific nations can work out kind of a system, right, to ensure that there's a good future for the people here in the region. Satish, over to you.
Yep. Thanks again, Sudeep. So if you're looking at building resilience of communities to climate change, education will be one component of a suite of things that you would want to do, right? So I'll come to education very specifically in a minute. But if you're looking at the entire suite, then you'd probably want to sort of look at early warning systems to begin with. You want to look at investments in climate resilient infrastructure, and the ADB has been quite active on that front in terms of both gray and green infrastructure for climate resilience. You want to think about relocation strategies for communities that are highly exposed to the impacts of climate change, let's say sea level rise, cyclones, and so on. But that's never easy because, as you know, Sudeep, in much of the Pacific Island countries, land is owned by clans, it's owned by customary groups. So it's extremely difficult to relocate people, even within a country. Forget about relocating people across countries. It's extremely difficult to relocate people where land is owned by customary groups. Now, and in that context, education becomes extremely important for mobility of people, both within the countries and beyond the national borders. You raised this issue of brain drain, and it's a genuine concern for many of these island nations where you have a very small pool of skilled workers, and once they're lost, I know the impacts are pretty severe. But there are mechanisms being built so as to create a brain gain rather than brain drain from immigration. So there's a large literature which we don't have much time to go on to right now, but this is called the Global Compact on Migration, where many of the receiving nations actually invest in the source countries to grow the stock of skilled people, of whom only a fraction emigrates while the remainder stays at home. So what you really have is you have an investment in building the stock of professionals of whom only a fraction leave for overseas, folks like me out of Fiji, but the balance remains at home. And in Fiji, we see that. I mean, in Fiji, in fact, I have a paper on this, which talks about the fact that immigration actually led to an increase in the stock of skilled people. Philippines, perhaps, is another very good example of this because Filipino nurses basically provide manpower all across the world in hospitals. And it would be very hard to argue that the export of nurses in Philippines has resulted in a depletion of the stock of nurses within the country. If anything, that has led to a growth of the stock of nurses at home. And Sudeep, your own country, India, is actually making a lot of headway on this front where they are actually looking at collaborating with destination nations like Australia, UK, and so on, where people are trained in India. You have the one shop front, private sector, which provides the training, assists workers move abroad. These folks go out and work overseas, gain experience with a view to coming back and working in India when the need arises. And we know from history that nations like China, nations like South Korea, to an extent even Japan, used a very similar strategy where people went out, got trained, acquired the work experience, but then returned home when the need arose. And I think India is actually leading the charge on that front. So again, a long answer to your question, Sudeep, but we can delve in deeper details should there be interest on what I've just spoken about. Back to you.
Thank you, Satish. I think you really raised two very important points. One is the understanding of the lessons around the region. So we have some good examples that you can draw upon and try to see how it best fits to the context of the Pacific or for this group of countries. Because there are countries, as you rightly said, like Bangladesh is the LDC, right? Here in the Pacific, you have Kiribati, Tuvalu and Solomon Island. They're all the 3 LDC countries in among all the 12 Pacific states, right? So there are issues which are of importance. And the second point, absolutely, I think that early warning, and that is where the issue of education, awareness, and early preparedness is very important for the climate change. Thank you, Satish, for sort of bringing those additional points to the conversation. So maybe before I go to Dr. Katrina Koshek, maybe I just open the floor for maybe about a few minutes and to discuss some of the initial reflections on some of the points that Professor Satish Chand mentioned. Yeah, the floor is open for some Q&A. So colleagues, as I said, if you wish, please raise your hand and share some initial points on this issue.
I think everybody is happy with what I have said, Sudeep.
So that's always a good sign. But maybe just to start, as maybe we have a few minutes. Satish, maybe if you could little bit elaborate on the issue of the importance of the skilled workforce. I mean, yes. How from your studies, from your interaction in the Pacific, I mean, what is your experience? How do you think they are really taking it forward? Because there are different groups of countries, Micronesia, Polynesia, Melanesia. So do you see some of the trends in the education front? Satish, please, look, over to you.
Sure. I mean, the first thing, Sudeep, I think we have to acknowledge the fact that access to quality education, which is the 4th Sustainable Development Goal, is the mandate of the national government. And I think on that front, access to quality education in the Pacific, and you have better data than I do, Sudeep, has been pretty poor. I mean, on the whole, in many of these countries, including my own in Fiji, access to education is quite good. So if you're looking at enrollment rates in primary school, in secondary school, it's well above 90. Primary school, it's close to universal access. Secondary school, lower secondary is something like 90+%. Issues arise when people move on to upper secondary. And then there are even bigger issues when you try and measure the quality of educational outcomes of children who have been through school. So the first point I would make is that as governments, we have probably failed in enabling access to quality education for the population at large. Now, again, within the Pacific Islands, as you know, there are 14 Pacific Island countries. They're quite different. So, in much of Polynesia, access to education is relatively good. Fiji is Melanesian, but even there, access to education is quite good. But as you move out into Melanesia and Papua New Guinea in particular, it deteriorates quite considerably. Now, within Micronesia, Palau has got extremely good educational outcomes, even on measures of literacy and numeracy. But the same does not hold for, say, the Federated States of Micronesia or the Republic of Marshall Islands, or even Nauru for that matter. So again, the picture is quite varied. But I think, Sudeep, the point you were making earlier on, if we're just judging progress regarding the 4th Sustainable Development Goal for the Pacific Island region as a whole, I think we would fail. And again, if we're looking at the need for quality education as a means to building resilience to climate change, then if there's any place where it's desperately needed, then it is within the Pacific Island countries and definitely within SIDS.
Wonderful. Thank you, Satish. Thank you, Satish. Yeah, this is very important, the last point, I think, as to how to see those differences and then try to sort of, take that lesson forward. Do you have any questions at the moment from the audience? I don't see anything at the moment. So if you allow me, dear colleagues and friends, I'll go to Dr. Katrina Koshek. And I think at least we start the conversation, then we'll see how we can sort of reply to some of the issues. So Dr. Katrina Koshek, as Satish talked about a particular issue on climate change and trying to understand a little bit on the education side. Again, given your vast experience, I think two things we may want to sort of get some reflection from you. One is that how this compounding crisis, the policy crisis, as you take food, finance, and fuel, right? How do you think they are impacting the achievements of the SDGs? As I mentioned, according to our UNESCO own studies, it will take another 42 years. And especially if you zoom into this group of countries, it's about 65 years for this small, and fragile state. So what do you consider the kind of important ways to promote that, and especially the resilience aspect? So if you just share some of the reflections, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Over to you, Katrina.
Thank you so much. No, absolutely right. And I've enjoyed so far a lot of the insights here. I think they link to my reflections on compound crises as well. Definitely the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in fragile, conflict-affected, and least developed countries has been hindered by these compounding crises and shocks we're seeing now. And when I'm talking about compounding crises, really, we're talking about a situation in which there are multiple challenges or problems that are occurring simultaneously. So this is sort of exacerbating the overall impact and complexity of a situation, and the challenges of finding a solution to deal with it, because you have more than one crisis or shock at once. And you can think of these shocks could be completely independent of one another. They can be incredibly deeply connected. But if you imagine, for example, a region where you're facing a simultaneous economic downturn and then international price shocks layered on top of political instability, and then maybe you have a natural disaster hit precisely in that location. This type of a crisis is going to be increasingly challenging to address compared to a situation in which you might have a single shock and a resilient system behind it. So development goals are likely to be really thwarted because priorities in such a situation are likely to shift towards emergency humanitarian assistance, and that's likely to set back the achievement of the SDGs. But unfortunately, we're in a world now in which these crises are becoming increasingly common, increasingly frequent, and entrenched. And we know that we look at the trends, we can see that extreme weather events are trending sharply upward. I liked how Dr. Chand talked about the small island nations as sort of the canary in the mine, and that's definitely we're seeing this huge uptick in severe climate events. We're seeing greater volatility in food, fuel, and fertilizer prices. We're seeing even in the last 10 years that the number of forcibly displaced people has more than doubled. So these are new challenges and intensifying challenges. So it's not surprising in that sense that the SDGs would be under threat, or that the threats would be greatest in the least developed nations. One of the things I find really stark, if you think of the Zero Hunger SDG, since the year 2000, we saw this beautiful declining number of people in the world that were undernourished, share of the population of the world that was undernourished, nicely declining as well. And we had almost 20 years of this beautiful decline that seemed to spell the end of hunger. But in the last 5 to 10 years, hunger has been increasing again, markedly across the globe. And we certainly expect that the Zero Hunger Sustainable Development Goal is under threat, and that there's a lot needed, not just to ensure sufficient calories, but also to avoid malnutrition, over and undernutrition, as well as to help ensure that there are sustainable agricultural practices that can feed people in fragile and least developed countries. But we also know, and I quickly want to make another point, it is not just hunger that's going to be affected here. These types of disruptions, and depending on the type of crisis, depending on the type of shock, you might expect different types of disruptions. But we expect poverty reduction to be really challenging when you have adverse economic and price shocks. We can expect that health crises like pandemics or epidemics we saw recently with COVID-19, these can strain healthcare systems, and that can really affect progress towards healthcare related goals. We know that social unrest, despite reducing economic growth, additionally disrupts education. It increases poverty and hunger. And we also know that fragile nations are more susceptible to environmental degradation. This is going to having negative shocks to the environment can impact goals related to clean water and climate action. And then we can have natural disasters literally destroying infrastructure and exacerbating poverty through that mechanism. And finally, given my background as in political economy, I feel it's important to point out that political crises and conflicts can lead to displacement. They can affect progress in areas such as decent work or partnerships, and weak governance more broadly can really impede implementation of development policies that are critical to achieving all of the sustainable development goals. So definitely there's a need for effective crisis responses. This demand is not new. I don't pretend it's new, but it is taking on increasing urgency in our world today, given what is happening in terms of the frequency of crises and how complex and how protracted those crises often are. So I guess two cornerstones I'd really like to point out include for sort of promoting sustainable development and promoting resilience amid these crises. One of these is that there needs to be effective governance and coordination. This needs to happen at different levels because it is central to deploying and sustaining the types of programs like what Dr. Chand was saying about anticipatory action programs and early warning systems, also humanitarian assistance, aftershocks, social protection programs. All of these require a governance environment that allows for effective targeting, that promotes social cohesion, and that addresses poverty without creating new fractions in society. Also, the effective governance can help promote market stability, which can result in innovation in the private sector that itself can help address and achieve the SDGs. And just more broadly, when we have effective governance, you tend to get social cohesion and trust that can thwart future conflicts that could start the cycle all over again. So sort of ending this downward spiral can be really important to have good governance. Coordination, of course, is critical. We have international, national, and local levels involved. We have the public, private sector that I mentioned, as well as civil society involved. The global South and the global North cannot be at cross purposes. Indeed, the problems of the global South need to be understood by those in the global North through dialogue and understanding of what are the effective ways to combat crises. And finally, I'd like just to make a plug for sufficient and flexible funding. Needs for funding are huge, especially funding to prepare for crises in the form of anticipatory action programming. This sort of ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure really plays out in times of crisis. So being prepared early is important. Some funding options include repurposing about $600 billion worth of government agricultural supports, improving government regulation and incentives to shift private investment towards crisis prevention and resilience. And also development banks could play a critical role in de-risking investment in resilience through blended finance. So I guess, these really thorny challenges, they're getting thornier, but we know from examining the data and the research that there are some effective options for addressing them.
Thank you, Katrina, for really elaborating and highlighting. I think very rightly you said the three critical points, because the crisis is unfolding. I mean, it's so much of uncertainty everywhere. But what is important that we stay focused and utilize our existing mechanisms. Like good governance, as you rightly said, is, as you know, the SDG 16. And we always talk about the good governance. And again, thank you for raising the SDG 17 as well, because when you talk about the partnership and collaboration and talk about the financing, that is exactly SDG 17. So in a way, I think you're absolutely right that if you want to accelerate, you have to overcome these obstacles that we face for those fragile nations. I think we need to focus on this integration of SDG 16, SDG 17. So I think this is a very important point, Katrina, you mentioned. And also, I think one point which I really like, I'm sure that will be something, Mr. Samuel will be going to expand a little bit more on the role of the MDBs and de-risking and the blended finance, something at the heart of it. As you know, that in the G20 this year, that Indian chairship and also globally with the IFI's this whole architectural, designing the talk of that MDB's investment to climate, to SDGs is at the really heart of the conversation. So thank you for really making that point. But maybe a little bit, take the conversation further, Katrina, if you want to be focused on something like the way I think Satish talked about, the world climate, and looking a little bit on the issue of skill and education. Katrina, given again your very strong background on the issue of gender equity, economic, participation of the women, I think this is really at the heart of our conversation. As SDG 5 is all about it, right? So in the context of the fragile nation, the LDCs and the seeds, for example, what do you think are actually maybe 2 or 3 areas, Katrina, where you think that really obstructing, predominantly that equity, in the gender space? If you can a little bit highlight that. And secondly, maybe go a little bit deeper in terms of the strategies. What are the ways to really enhance the economic participation of women? As you know, from the UN, globally, we have, our CSW, and every year we talk about it. The thing that you mentioned, all the migration global. Similarly, we have for the women's as well, our global framework. So if you can highlight those 2 points, Katrina, then that'll be really important, I think, for participants to reflect on that as well. Over to you, Katrina. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Gender and inclusion amid crises is very near and dear to me. I think it's critical precisely because women and girls are the most vulnerable to crises and shocks. And in addition to their greater vulnerability, they have fewer resources to address the aftermath of crises. Households often engage in negative coping strategies whereby they're selling assets, productive assets often, and not always at good prices to deal with negative shocks. And women's assets tend to be the first that are sold off. Negative shocks can often trigger migration, but this tends to be dominated by men. And so we see in the data that women's workloads tend to escalate precisely following negative shocks. They're working more. They remain at the farm, and often this is a very important coping strategy. Women are not left behind. Women often are taking a strategic choice in their households are for them to remain behind, but then they lack the decision-making power and authority and recognition in their community in order to be able to take on the greater responsibilities, maybe running a farm. So we see a lot of increase in drudgery, no reductions in their domestic workload, and more, more work in the workplace for women following negative shocks. So it's really important to understand how are women affected. I will point out as well that with the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw some of this in action. We saw that women's mental health and their physical health were declining, workloads were increasing, and that achievement of gender equality was set back some 30 years by the pandemic and what it brought to the world. So this is definitely a big concern. Enhancing women's participation in the economy and also their welfare is really going to, it requires effective tracking, targets, and programming. First of all, we really need to improve the quality of gender disaggregated data that are collected before, during, and after crises in order to know how women are affected in what ways and what are durable solutions. We need to create explicit gender targets in crisis response and track achievement of them. And then programming to address crises cannot be gender blind. It needs to be guided by careful gender analysis of what are the underlying structural barriers to women economically participating, barriers to their productivity on the farm. And these constraints, which include harmful gender norms themselves, are going to determine the likely impact of programming. So they need to be understood as programs are designed. Programming further needs to consult and include women in decision-making about how to design, deploy, target that program. Increasing women's political participation and amplifying their voice and agency in their communities is key. And we see in research that when shocks hit, degradation of women's welfare is less when you see women in power because they're able to articulate and represent women's interests well. So I think it's really important to keep our eye on it, to measure it, and to think how programming can be geared toward it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katrina, for really focusing on, more than 50% of our humanity. We often do not include that in our policy making and policy decisions. So I think this is a very powerful message, Katrina, that you are sharing. And again, very rightly you said with the vulnerability. And again, given that you're representing the IPRI, so the Global Food Policy Report that you also champion. So if I a little bit go deeper in that context, especially focusing all that in a way when we see the early warning system requirements, we need there is a necessity of the agri-foods value chain. We know the importance of gender-centered social protection. With all of this there as an anchor, but we still see a food crisis, right? So how do you really see, given that we are facing this poly crisis, how do you really see that we can address it in a multilateral way? Because that is where we can really find some solutions. So especially for this fragile state. So Katrina, if you have some reflection on that, because it can really delve into that particular issue as you raise. Over to you, Katrina. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I absolutely think a mix of multifaceted strategies is going to be critical to addressing the inherent complexities of crises about which I spoke. And there's a lot of evidence, I'll point out, that acting early matters before households engage in those negative coping strategies, where households can make investments early on that reduce and mitigate the negative impacts of shocks. These are incredibly important. So I think, and I saw a comment here in the Q&A of what is a promising solution or policy action that could be transformational given the poly crises, and who and where are the champions. I think that those delivering anticipatory action, which is a varied set of groups, we've got donors providing it, we have governments investing in it, we also have local governments that are being consulted in many contexts on what are the unique needs of their locality, how can targeting be done, how can the last mile of service delivery be achieved amid a crisis, amid conflict. It's really important to have actors at all levels involved, and you mentioned this a bit about sort of needing coordinated responses, and I think that's absolutely right. Acting early requires coordinated responses, even to get the funding together and deployed. It just requires that type of coordination. And I think, again, talking to civil society and understanding needs on the ground is essential as well, to not have investments and programs that miss the mark, that result in lost funds because they're not effectively rolled out. I'll quickly say as well that these early warning, early action systems, they require monitoring data that can illuminate the risks, the exposures, and the vulnerability. We need more causal impact evaluation on anticipatory action programming and where it's better than humanitarian response, because the early warning sign can get it wrong sometimes, and you will be giving funds somewhere when a crisis does not hit. So we need to know where and under what circumstances early warning, early action is best. But there's really a need for governments to sort of have a targeting efficiency and to really be tracking what these systems do, and also integrating existing systems, because there's a plethora of existing systems, but integrating them can make sure that policymakers really receive this clear and timely and actionable warning signals as well. I will cede my time. I know we're running out, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Katrina. Very important point. And just to highlight that a couple of years back in the UNSCAP, we have our resolution that actually, with all the 62 members of the UNSCAP in the Pacific, Asia Pacific, they adopted the resolution on social protection for whole of the Asia and the Pacific, and especially also highlighted the issue you mentioned rightly on the gender-sensitive approach within the social protection. So thank you so much, Katrina, for highlighting that. So without further ado, maybe may I now request, thank you, Katrina, again for your, you already, by the way, you already replied to the question in the Q&A.
I rolled it in.
So,
thank you.
So let's move to the other distinguished speaker, Mr. Samuel Weaver. Sam, are you there? Wonderful.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I had trouble turning on the camera.
Sure. Thank you, Sam. Thank you so much. I think you're really at at the cornerstone, because I think the points that Satish and Katrina mentioned, I think there's a lot of very important implication for the very important work that ADB is undertaking in the whole of the Asia-Pacific region. But in particular, Mr. Tumiba, if I may ask you, issue related to how do you consider, that the way to scale up and elevate, especially the risk that we see for these vulnerable countries in terms of your disbursement, when you're talking about the ADB, talking about financing, how to really keep that in the overall context, especially now that you think about a long-term development prospect. I mean, that's something in the 2030 agenda that also ADB is kind of talking about. So how do you really do that? And secondly, what are the ways you can prioritize some of those funding as well? Because that's very important, because these are also smaller economies, not the fragile, but also very smaller economies. So if you can reflect, Mr. Tumiba, some of those initial points for our participants, that would be wonderful. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sudeep. And those are very good questions I really want to delve into. But, this is an honor to be here. And I've really enjoyed listening to Satish and Katrina frame the issues. It's been a wide-ranging conversation. We've covered climate change, we've covered capacity, education, gender and inequality, disaster. And it's really nice to be here amongst people who are looking and researching and working on these issues. Perhaps I'll bring it, like you said, from an ADB point of view, but also from an operational point of view. I'm a projects guy, and I've been ever since I was in ADB doing projects, and so perhaps I'll bring it from that point of view. I think the question you bring about disbursements, and then before we get to disbursements, we got to back up a bit. In 2019, there was an evaluation done in ADB that said that our projects that are in fragile and conflict-affected situations in small island developing states have not done as well as our projects in the other countries. So clearly, we're doing something wrong. Clearly, we have to fix this, and that's when the unit that I head up now was established. And we've looked into this. We've done a lot of analytics, and it's true. And I think we've identified the real problems with it. I'd like to start by saying that when we talk about the multilateral development banks, we talk about disbursements, we talk about the projects and the funding. But actually, I think that's a third thing we do. I think the most important thing we do is that we engage in a policy dialogue with the country, right? So, instead of just saying, okay, we're doing these projects, we really are working upstream, and we're talking about, okay, these are your development plans for the next 5 years. This is where ADB can help. These are the things. And so we have that. And that policy dialogue is very, very important, because if we do the projects as one-off things, they're not going to be sustainable. They're not going to be part of a national program. And so I think it's important that we frame the assistance and the work that we do with that first as the most important thing. The second thing we do before we even get into projects is, and we've talked about Satish and Katrina have talked about this a little bit, is capacity. We really need to ensure that the people that we're working with on the other side, whether it be in a conflict country, whether it be in the small island states, have the capacity to implement. Now, we have some very cumbersome and complicated ways of doing things, and most of it has to do with governance, but we need to make sure that they do that. And whether we build the capacity in the country, in some of the countries, there is very little capacity to build. So do we enhance the capacity? Do we provide the consultants to do it? Which comes with its own set of problems, but that's what we do. And then we talk about the projects, right? And that's very important. So one of the things that we did to address the issue of our performance in FCAS and SIDS is we put out an FCAS and SIDS approach, which talks about how ADB will improve our programs. And all of it is internal. How we need to change our processes, how we need to change our procedures, how we need to do things differently. And I think it comes from, when I was a project officer, you're looking at this year's project. You don't ever get a chance to look up. You're looking down all the time. You're designing this year's project. And then you're implementing and doing all the procurements for last year's project. And you're beginning to think about the concept for next year's project. So you never have time to look up. And I think because of that, I think in ADB, we get a chance, we begin to follow the cookie cutter approach. One of the things that we do, I learned how to do projects. I learned from the senior people at ADB, and they said, okay, this is how we do it. And then I learned it from them, and I pass it on to the people. So we tend to do things the same across the board. And this is something we really want to change. We really want to emphasize that our approach in these countries have to be very differentiated. And we even go a step further and really tailor our approach, not just for the country, but for the sector, for the capacity of the executing agency or our counterparts over there, and really understand the context in which we're working. ADB is an economic organization as a multilateral, but I think one of the things we really have been putting in place is the fact that we have to understand the politics of the country. So the political economy. We're not getting involved in the politics of the country, but we need to understand the political economy. And that's something we had not done a lot in the past. So I read the country partnership strategy we had for Papua New Guinea, for example, and it doesn't mention anything about the number of times the government has changed in the last 5 years. And so I think if you try to implement a program without that consideration, I think you're going to lose a lot of the specifics of project design, project implementation, and how the changing development priorities of a country is going to affect that. So I think taking all these things into consideration, first and foremost, then we can talk about disbursements. Then we can talk about making sure that the projects are getting implemented on time. Again, when we go back to disbursements, and these are all the things that we need to do better as an institution, is then to understand also that the three main reasons for slow disbursements or slow project implementation is safeguards. We talked about land and land issues and community ownership of land in the Pacific, and that's a big issue. There's always delays on procurement because of not procurements. I mean, because of safeguards, meeting the resettlement safeguards, the social safeguards, indigenous people safeguards that we have. And so we need to do that. We need to do that a lot better. We've done a lot of analytics to help our project officers. Okay, if you're in the transport sector in Papua New Guinea and you're new to the department, you're new to doing things here, perhaps you could go back 10 years and understand why projects are delayed. What are the problems that are having with the safeguards? The second part is in procurement. Procurement, we use a FIDIC procurement thing. It's very different. It's quite cumbersome, but we need to because of the governance. I had the finance minister of Cook Islands say to me, Sam, in my country, there are 2 people that can do FIDIC contracts. One of them is going on maternity leave. So, I'm going to have one person to do you and the World Bank. And there's very little prospect of anybody being trained to take over this person's place, and it's not unlikely that she's going to come back after maternity leave. So again, we talked about capacity. This is the type of thing we need to figure out. And then financial management of projects and programs or something, again, that cause project delays because they're not there. We're not getting the audited financial statements every year that need to be there. So these types of things. In the past, ADB is sort of managed during project implementation, and that is not good enough. We need to address these things upfront during project design. So, we're trying to, my team, and I think we're getting a lot more buy-in from my colleagues in ADB, how we really need to work differently in FCAS and SIDS. And so I think, I hope that provides some idea of what we're trying to do at a practical project level to implement things in FCAS and SIDS. Finally, Catherine brings up a very good point about funding and the funding sources. And I think we're aware of that. I think we just did our disaster and emergency assistance policy, redid that, I think it's 2 years. No, was it last year or was it 2 years ago? Which puts a lot more resources behind disaster risk reduction, disaster risk preparedness, and also funding at the disaster. So I think we're doing that. I think the call by OECD to have the humanitarian organizations and the development organizations work much more closely in this humanitarian development peace nexus has put a real push on both sides, the humanitarian side and the development side, to try to work more closely. There used to be a big divide between the humanitarian world and development world. We talked about disaster, but we'll talk about migration, which is a big issue in the SIDS, but also in the region, in Asia and the Pacific. So I think those are things that are very important. We just approved, I want to say 2 weeks ago, new softer terms for specifically the SIDS. So we understand the issues that they're facing with debt sustainability, with access to funding. And so we've just approved that. And I think we're very proud that we're able to, again, tailor our products to the specific needs of the SIDS. I'll pass that back on to you, and for the next issue. Yeah.
Thank you, Sam. I think you really raised not only the issue of governance, but also you talked about the way to manage it. I think that is very critical, especially in the case of the smaller and fragile state, because their capacity in itself to absorb many of those supplies from outside is not easy. I mean, every other day I can see here, in the Pacific, when you discuss all of this issue. But thank you, Sam, for raising it. But I think related to that, what is also really important, again, given your extensive work, especially the point that you mentioned, not only about the policy dialogue, but capacity development. So when you talk about the technical assistance, when you talk about the capacity building initiatives, right? So how do you want to customize it? The tailor-made approach that you mentioned, right? Especially for the TA and for the capacity building. Is there anything that you want to be very sensitive, contextualized for these countries? And then you accordingly try to apply that, not a cookie cutter approach. Very interestingly, you made that point. So Sam, if you just highlight those points, it would be very important for the participant to really see as to how to design from the very beginning some of those projects. Sam, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, a very good point also. I think one of the things we've been talking about, SIDS, we've been talking about fragile and conflict areas, but they're not all the same. So let's spend a minute to delve into that, right? So I worked in Afghanistan. I've been through the Pacific, a few countries in the Pacific, and we kind of lump these countries together. And I think one of the things we're doing is really breaking it down and understanding. I mean, if you're working in Afghanistan right now, we have some constraints. We have a de facto government there now, which is not recognized by the sort of international community. Same with Myanmar. So how do we provide assistance to the people of Afghanistan? How do we provide assistance to the people of Myanmar in an effective, sustainable way beyond sort of the crisis mode of ensuring that they have in Afghanistan, that they had food, they had clothing in the warm, and then there was a flooding there. How do we do that in a sustainable way as a development organization and move beyond humanitarian? So yes, we've had to think about these things for Myanmar and Afghanistan separately. And the SIDS themselves, they're very different, right? You have the Timor-Leste that has its own issues because of the Sovereign Wealth Fund and the depleting Sovereign Wealth Fund. They have resources that are there, but can't be tapped right now. So how do we work in Timor-Leste? They have a new government in place with Shanana Gusmao again as Prime Minister. I was there 2 weeks ago and had those conversations with the government there. Then Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea is its own set of issues. Then you have the atoll states, FSM, Micronesia. You got Fiji. You got Vanuatu. We've talked about these countries, and I think for us, we're really working hard to develop specific approaches for these countries, given their capacities, right? In countries where there are capacities, we want to build the local capacity to do that. We want to build the skill of our counterparts. We want to, and that is a focus, not just the project design, but earlier I talked about when we talk about the policy dialogue and the capacity work that we do. The more difficult ones are the ones where, and even in the large countries in the Pacific, I won't say which country, but we did an assessment, a capacity assessment in the last 6 months. And one of the governments that we were working with and talking to, they have not, and this is one of the larger Pacific countries, they have not been able to fill 40% of the government jobs in the last 4 years that they've advertised for. And clearly, right, we have this migration, people moving on, have better opportunities. Anecdotally, we're told that working as a truck driver with people with good education, working as a truck driver in Australia make more money than they would in that country. So I think these are the things that we take into consideration. So yeah, and so again, the ones we were talking about, the smaller countries where there really isn't a lot of capacity, there has been this thing where the development partners have brought in consultants to help project implementation. And that's important because it's important to get the project going so that the economic benefits or the social benefits are achieved and people get to the benefit of the project. But it also creates this culture, well, just leave it to the consultant then. And so there needs to be balance between the capacity and the consultant and how we do that. We're still trying to figure it out on a case-by-case basis, at a project-by-project basis, or a sector-by-sector basis. Something we're working on to do. So I think, yeah, I think our answer is to look at each individual country on its own set of issues and its own context. It's a lot more work than we have used in the past, and probably that's why in the past we've taken the cookie cutter approach and done a disservice almost to our counterparts. So yeah, we're working on that. We've changed a lot of internal things also. Our procurement work used to be based on rules-based. These are the rules of procurement. Now they're principles-based. So we can adjust the way we do procurement in each of these countries based on the context. I mean, of course, without compromising the integrity of the process. I think that's very important. Same with our financial management regulations and safeguards also. We are redoing our safeguards. In fact, we used to have 3 safeguards. Now we're at 10. Now there's a lot more safeguards, but I think it's also going to be principles-based and country-based. So I think we're becoming much more sensitive to context specificity, to differentiated approaches, and changing our own internal policies, processes, procedures to be much more responsive to these countries. Back to you.
Thank you, Sam. And now that you just made a very interesting point on principle, I just came to only yesterday. I'm working with another Pacific country, and my colleagues in Bangkok asked, what is the we're going to do procurement? What is the road name of the road? What is the PIN code? And what is a bank code? I mean, and we have to go back, to my respected, distinguished class. Like, look, we don't have it here. Okay, so I think the sensitivity, the context is so important. I mean, if you just want to use rule-based approach, I think, Sam, you're so right that we will lose out. Because at the end of the day, we need to work and support those people. That is our mandate, right? So if we just getting stuck with those bureaucratic things, we'll be losing sight on that. So very important point, Sam, that you mentioned. And again, I think interestingly, the issue on to really identify those structures, and then accordingly you deliver, your policies, your projects. So it's very important the way you highlighted. Maybe I'm just looking at the Q&A part. Maybe distinguished colleagues, if you wish, maybe we can spend a few minutes just to interact with each other in a way. Some of the points that you raised, Sam, or Katrina's raising, such as how can we connect some of those points? I think that will be also important, because there are few issues where we see the commonalities. I think what the way Satish talked about resilience, when Katrina talked about the gender-sensitive approach, and when you talked about, Sam, the way you delivered that. So how we connect and synergize. So if you have some reflections, Satish, to start with, maybe, I think that's something maybe important for our participants, because we need to understand the synergetic approach of our policy making. So Satish, maybe if I request you to make some initial reflection on this whole, combine the way we see we are talking about this particular issue on the fragile state and LDCs and the seeds. Satish, over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the 2 issues that I want to sort of raise, and these I had raised in my notes, were these cross-cutting issues of gender inclusion and action on climate change. And I think they cut across each and every SDG, the balance of the 16, right? So for the 14, I don't think we can look at these in isolation. And I want to come back to same sort of point on how MDBs could actually be supportive in ensuring that gender inclusion and action on climate change or building climate resilience is in everything we think about. So let me sort of first go to the gender one, Katie, because I thought, you did an excellent job of sort of raising this. Here is some facts. I mean, data is always very hard. But in my own country, in Fiji, and this is quite recent data, girls do better than boys in school. I mean, if you're looking at school completions, if you're looking at exam results, external exam results, girls outperform boys hands down, particularly in upper secondary school. But when we look at the labor market, it just flips around. If you're looking at employment, there are 2 men employed for every woman. That's in Fiji. This is my data for Fiji. It's quite recent. And then if you're looking at what they're being paid, even for the 1/3 women who are in the formal labor force, they're paid marginally less than men. I mean, I have nothing against men, but all I'm saying is this is underutilization of a resource that we need to tap in quite quickly. So issues of capacity and so on that we're facing, I think we probably want to look at that. And there may be very good reasons why that is the case. I mean, Australia, for example, in construction, women are underrepresented by a huge margin. And maybe that's the nature of the industry. But for services, perhaps not. But we don't really understand enough as to why we see what we do see, with the view to trying to see what could be done to try and improve on that. So that's my first one. With ADB, at least in Fiji, and I'm sort of involved in a country validation exercise right now, we're trying to bring in gender responsive budgeting throughout government, and I think there's some success on that front. That's a good news story. The other one that I want to talk about is building climate resilience and taking that into each and every policy we think about. And Sam, you raised this issue of safeguards. And environmental safeguards are extremely important. These need to be context specific. These need to be dynamic. These need to be principles based. All of those apply. Of course, we use the cookie cutter approach. But in Fiji, one of the things that I'm hearing out of the implementing agencies is that it just creates another layer of bureaucracy which slows things down. So on the one hand, yes, we want those safeguards in place, but on the other, there's a price to be paid in terms of slowing it down. And sometimes you sort of say, the slowdown is perhaps worth the benefit we get as a result of the slowdown. But often governments are in a rush to get things done. There's a political cycle that they have to satisfy, all of that. But these are issues that I think are right at the fore in terms of addressing the cross-cutting themes of gender, inclusiveness, and those relating to climate change. Over to you, Sudeep.
Thank you, Satish, for really bringing the intersection. I think that is what also very critical for the policy making. And again, I think the highlighting the political cycle we often talk about, because it's a political economy, Katrina, that you talked about, and that you teach passionately at Johns Hopkins. I think this is very important that, we need to keep that in our conversation, and policy making. Again, something that Sam raised. Katrina, some initial reflection on this whole cross-cutting, not cookie cutting, okay, but cross-cutting approach to development.
No, absolutely. I think a cross-cutting approach just broadly, stepping back to development, is essential. I think coordination, even when you look within a country, different ministries that are all concerned with a common problem, but they're not coordinated in their actions and efforts. And so there's wasted efforts and energy, and there's information, frankly, that's squandered about what might be optimal solutions. So I definitely think sort of understanding the cross-sector coordination is essential. If we're deploying, healthcare or investing in healthcare, and we have similar investments that might be deployed by the same individuals, and we have the ability to kind of, by thinking more holistically about the development needs, address more of those needs at once, then I think that's very, it's important to take that on board. Quickly touching on the points on sort of the gender constraints that are faced, I completely agree. I think that SDG 5 underpins all of the other sustainable development goals. And I think that to the extent that women's knowledge and human capital is underutilized, you are going to have higher hunger, and you will have more poverty. And we know this in the data. We know that when women are empowered, we see better economic outcomes for their societies. But I think that some of the thorny issues here are normative. There are women have social networks in which the various nodes in those networks are not as powerful and cannot give them access to information. So, what Dr. Chan was saying, they get out of school, they're just as well trained, but then they're lacking the social networks. They're lacking access to key services, whether it's agricultural technologies, agricultural extension. A lot of these services are not as well accessed by even entitlement programs by women compared to men. And then there are many countries in which, and Dr. Tumiwa's point here about how we can't look at every context as the same, the gendered barriers to economic empowerment are not the same across the world. And it's really important to acknowledge there are countries in which there are certain agricultural activities in which women cannot engage and others in which men cannot engage. There are countries in which there are certain crops that people do not think that men or women should be touching those crops. So having overcoming these barriers requires very careful training, education, dialogue. And when women's voices are not present in their communities to be part of that dialogue, then I think we're addressing some harmful gender norms that prevent women from achieving as much as men is not going to happen. So that dialogue is needed, that training, and women need to be in places where decisions are being made, because that will affect their access to development programming, humanitarian support, education, and the like.
Thank you, Catherine, again, putting at the corner, or not at the corner, at the heart of conversation. I think that gender equality and economic participation. But again, it has to be context specific. How you really make that intervention at the right time, at the right place. I think that is very critical. Thank you, Katrina. Sam, if I may ask, some reflection, being all these two conversations together, and as to how we have to actually not only disperse but prioritize your allocation. And then again, to develop the capacity in technical cooperation. How do you really see the whole context? Because we really want to accelerate our SDG progress. Sam, over to you, please.
Yeah, I think the points that were brought up about safeguards, about the delays and in our own process in the previous years, it's a fine line between needing to be really, really strict, and therefore things are slow, but then there's less leakage in the system, and at the same time being all open, you want to get going faster, but then there's a higher risk of that. And so I think we're still looking to find that fine line, to find that balance between strong, good governance and making sure that that things are getting done and moving along. I want to tie up your question there to this question that Dr. Sitaram has put up here on the chat group. Sitaram's office used to be 2 doors down from mine, so he's a good friend, and good to see you, Sitaram, and thank you for this question, because I really do think this whole issue of digital technology is something that could be quite transformational. One of the things we did a few years ago was finance a huge internet cable to a lot of the Pacific Islands, which makes it a lot more accessible in the Pacific, and I think the other FCAS countries are okay when it comes to connectivity. But I think this is something we're trying to do. I think amongst the development community, a lot more can be done here with Earth observation to really see how things are progressing. I think most people are visual learners, and I think when they see something, not only internally, I mean internally with the people whose minds I'm trying to change about project implementation and doing things, with our client base and with the government leadership, seeing things visually like that with us, it's very, very powerful. And that's something it's underdeveloped and something that we need to do more of. And then also with things like sentiment analysis on the internet, or sentiment analysis, to so we can have an ongoing process of review and see what the discussion is on the ground about gender issues, about safeguards issues, about land issues. Something we really need to learn a lot more about. We have a whole digital technology division now, trying to make that central part of what we're doing. So I think that's a very good question. Something we have to learn, do a lot more of, and learn a lot more of. And I'm wondering if the others have a word on that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah. So Satish, if you have any reflection on that particular angle, because this is all one of what you call the means of implementation. If you want to really take this forward, I think this is something very critical in that. So Satish, some initial reflection on this particular issue?
So 2 points on that. Use of big data, of course, the major constraint there is the data itself and access to the data. And within many of these countries, Sita, as you sort of say, access to data is always very challenging. To begin with, they're small populations. If it's India or China, obviously you have a large population, you have a much bigger data, and big data only works when you have a lot of data. So that's my first point. The other is that big data is being used because some of the data collected through satellites are now informing environmental protection. They're informing assessments of damage from climate events such as cyclones, tsunamis, and so on. So it's a mixed story. For some issues, yes, big data is already being used because the data is being collected and analyzed real time, say with fisheries and so on. But for others, where we're looking at the social sectors, within all of these countries, access to data is a huge constraint. Over to you.
Thank you, Satish. Katrina, some reflections on this particular point, please. Thank you.
No, I think this is critical, and I've thrown some points in the chat here, but I just wanted to say big data and technology are incredibly important. Remote sensing data to understand where deforestation, conflict, and development are occurring and where they are not occurring. Connecting individuals with others in their communities, which can promote social cohesion, but also share market prices and result in less price dispersion. We know that there's some evidence that people are more likely to vote and coordinate and hold their government to account when they're able to access technology. So I think it's really important. But also, I'll say that our research initiative, the CGIAR research initiative on fragility, conflict, and migration, we're using big data and machine learning to understand linkages between climate change and conflict. And I think that doing analysis of social media posts, and I think this is really important. It should not be a lost source of information, and sometimes you have to scrape and use the data available to us to understand what's happening, especially in places in which we cannot do our standard run-of-the-mill household surveys due to all of the challenges we know can affect areas in which there's political instability.
Thank you, Katrina. I think Daniel, if I can see the clock correctly, you're saying that our time is over. But I think as you can really see that, thank you so much, colleagues and friends. I think I don't want to summarize anything, but only I have 2 points just to share. One is that the SDGs is our blueprint for economic development, social, economic, environment, everything. This is where we really all come together. I think this is our space for what we call the solidarity and regional cooperation. So thank you actually for making those points. And the second is that it is only when we all come together, me represent the UNESCAP, we have the ADB, we have the Professor Chad, and we have Katrina, so when you all come together, I think that is where we can only find some solutions. And I think that is, the important aspect of coming together. So thank you again, colleagues, friends, really a pleasure for me to be your moderator. And finally, it is not only the future of sustainability, but I think the future of inclusivity and resilience is equally important for all of us. So with that, thank you again to all of you, and over to you.
Offer kind of a long view of the progress made in improving child nutrition in 8 Asian countries, with a primary focus on children's exposure to global goals campaign. So let me start by clarifying why this specific focus on MDG and SDGs campaign exposure. Now, as many of you would know, during the 15 years of the MDG campaign, the world saw significant decline in child mortality, but the rate of decline still fell short in 2015 when it came to the relevant MDG milestone. Many, as a matter of fact, criticized the MDGs for being too narrow and not for including a specific target for stunting reduction. Now, it's a problem because, so stunting, is the most widely used metric of child nutrition and also a very strong predictor of child mortality. So now this all changed in 2015 when a new set of expanded global goals and targets were introduced. And this shift with the switch to the SDG campaign has coincided with a fall in child mortality, and in the first half of the SDG campaign, we have also seen stunting prevalence to drop to 22.3%. But let me also highlight 2 stylized facts. The first is that despite this progress, the world is not on track to achieve a stunting target of 13.5%, stunting prevalence target of 13.5% by 2030. And the second fact is that progress has been unequal during the first half of the campaign, and both these facts apply also to Asia. Now, at SDG midpoint, two Asian regions with the highest stunting prevalence rate are South and Southeast Asia. And this is despite the fact that, as you can see from the slide, South Asia has experienced the sharpest reduction in stunting prevalence by 10 percentage point. At a regional level, this is the largest during the first half of the SDG campaign. And yet, 89% of Asia's 76 million stunted children today live in South and Southeast Asia combined. So a better understanding of South and Southeast Asia is really central to accelerating progress in stunting reduction in Asia in the SDG second half. And that's what we focus on in this paper, using comparable DHS data from 8 countries in South and Southeast Asia. Now, what you see on this slide are 2 graphs, which also shows significant country-level variation within these 2 regions. For instance, within South Asia, Nepal and Bangladesh have experienced much higher percentage point reduction in stunting compared to India and Pakistan. And similarly, within Southeast Asia, Cambodia and Laos have higher rate of decline. Now, these patterns serve as additional motivation for our study, where we re-examine between country variation in SDG era progress using a longer assessment window going all the way back into the pre-MDG years. Our main research objective is to profile stunting status from the child's perspective, i.e., documenting height advantage enjoyed by children who have been exposed to the SDG campaign based on their year of birth. Now, I should clarify that this is not a causal analysis of the impact of Global Goals campaign. Our primary purpose is to really quantitatively describe the evolution of height advantage associated with SDG and MDG campaign exposure relative to pre-MDG era birth cohort. Now, we also want to quantify country-level variation in SDG advantage above and beyond the influence of usual socioeconomic covariates, and in that context, indirectly test what we call MDG legacy effect. For this, we use maternal education as a proxy of MDG era gains in female empowerment, something I'll explain later in the presentation. So moving forward, here is the outline of rest of my talk. Let me start with the conceptual framework. So again, how should we conceptualize what I am referring to as SDG height advantage from the child's perspective? A good starting point is the recognition of the significance of adoption of stunting reduction as a formal target under the SDG campaign. This wasn't the case with MDG. So the SDG campaign also broadened the scope for child health development by introducing a range of additional complementary targets. Now, all these combine to create new synergies for progress, with governments in many parts of Asia launching new national programs to achieve SDG height health targets through universal provision of piped water and improved sanitation. But you might also argue that, well, this is not quite specific to SDG in the sense that MDG campaign also benefited children through coordinated country-level shifts in government effort and diffusion of good practices. So a number of initiatives were introduced relating to water, sanitation, and hygiene. They were scaled across countries to improve public health infrastructure alongside new nutrition programs. And outside the health sector, various gender-targeted schemes were introduced, which benefited mothers. So alongside SDG advantage, we also need to acknowledge the MDG campaign advantage from the child's perspective. But this is not mutually exclusive, because part of the SDG advantage in health inputs would be also a legacy of MDG campaign. And thinking more about it, think of better educated mothers. It's a lasting MDG legacy enjoyed by SDG era children today. There is already a large literature on nutritional returns to parental education, including recent studies that use multi-country datasets covering MDG years. Some of these studies in the literature also quantify the significance of maternal schooling in MDG era reduction in child stunting. And the consensus is that up to 25% of the variation in MDG era height for age of the child is specific to parental education, and another 25% is specific to household assets. So therefore, in a very influential study, Lawrence Haddad of IFRI went one step ahead and made a similar claim about the primacy of mother schooling in the long-term reduction in stunting in South Asia. And based on that, he singled out continued improvement in female education as one of the key priorities for the SDG campaign. So that's a very important point to keep in mind, because in this paper, we therefore not only examine gains associated with the child's birth in MDG and SDG era, we also explore whether the SDG era child benefited from MDG legacy in the form of better educated mothers. For studying the SDG campaign advantage separately from the MDG and pre-MDG years, we need micro data spanning 3 decades. And for this, we could only focus on 5 South Asian countries and 3 Southeast Asian countries for which we have comparable demographic and household survey data sets. We use DHS data to identify children exposed to SDG and MDG campaigns based on their year of birth. So methodologically, what we do is something simple. We specify a health production function with controls for health endowment and health investment factors. And we augment this model with measures of child's exposure to MDG and SDG campaign. Now we estimate this model at the child level, pulling DHS data across countries and over time. What you see on the slide is equation 1 that kind of summarizes the model. The main dependent variable is a dummy for the child's early life stunting status. This is focused on 0 to 59 months old children. Here you can see the vector X, which includes child and family characteristics such as the child's birth order, gender, parental variables such as mother's and father's schooling, mother's height for age, mother's age. There are also household level access to pipe water that we control for, alongside percentage of households access to without toilet in the community. Now, the X vector also includes our main variable of interest, which is 2 indicators capturing the child's MDG and SDG exposure, which I'm going to explain in detail shortly. Now, the model also includes additional controls such as household asset index, child's age dummies, rural area dummy, and administrative region fixed effects. Now, coming back to the main variables of interest, child's exposure to MDG and SDG campaign. Well, we adopt a dummy variable approach to capture whether the child is born in a MDG or SDG year. The alternative could have been to use intensity or years of exposure, which we don't for today's presentation. So what is this dummy variable approach? Well, simply put, you can think of capturing exposure based on the child's survey year in the data set. So here is an example that I'm going to illustrate based on Bangladesh data. So what you see on the slide is child's height for age on the left-hand side across 6 DHS survey rounds for Bangladesh. Some of these rounds overlap with SDG, some with MDG years. Now, we don't use these survey year dummies to define exposure. Instead, what we do is as follows. For a child aged 0 to 5 years in a given survey round, we assign the child to one of the 3 eras depending on their year of birth. So for example, a child who's 1 month old in DHS 2017 will be in SDG era, but a 5-year-old from the same survey round is assigned to MDG era. So this way, all children are assigned to one of the 3 time periods in our study. So, so you can see the counterpart of each of these conversion. So height for age for Bangladesh. So you can see how that converts the graph. So there is a second graph on the left-hand side, and then the one on the extreme right is the equivalent for stunting prevalence. So you can see the correspondence between data organized by a survey round and the 3 eras based on global campaign exposure. So with this clarification, now let me turn to some of the key trends across our 8 study countries. First, for all 8 countries, we see steady increase in height for age between MDG and SDG era. For 5 study countries, in particular, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, and Cambodia, where we have pre-MDG data, progress is impressive, particularly for Nepal and Bangladesh. Pakistan and Cambodia also do well. Now, but when you look at trends in terms of stunting prevalence, as defined by WHO, which is height for age being less than -2 standard deviation from the median WHO child growth standard, in Nepal, the prevalence declines from 61% in pre-MDG era to as low as 20% in SDG era. For Cambodia, the pre-MDG and to SDG gains are also large, falling from 50% to 18%. Bangladesh and Pakistan also do better, leaving India with the highest prevalence rate in stunting at SDG midpoint. So that's a very important descriptive pattern that we should keep in mind. Now, we also see a remarkable parallel improvement in an important correlate of child stunting, which is parental schooling. In India, Bangladesh, East Timor, Myanmar, and Maldives, SDG era born children systematically have higher educated mothers related to their fathers. That's a big change. So this new parental educational advantage could be conceptualized as what we call MDG legacy from the perspective of the SDG era child. Now, in contrast to mother schooling, however, we don't see much change in maternal height across MDG and SDG era children in our study countries. Now, the last point I want to highlight is about public health infrastructure. Within South Asia, SDG era born child enjoys the lowest rate of open defecation in Bangladesh. India and Cambodia also made huge progress, but within Asia, India is still the laggard at SDG midpoint in open defecation. So with these key trends in the raw data, let's now look at regression estimates of SDG advantage from the child's perspective. So here are the baseline results. I'm not going to show you the formal regression tables. So this is just the graphical summary of it. So to recap, it is coming from the regression model of a health production function estimated by pooling 26 rounds of DHS data for 5 South Asian countries and 10 rounds of DHS data for 3 Southeast Asian countries, and where the production function is augmented with 2 indicators of MDG and SDG exposure. So again, here I only plot key coefficients. The other controls are not shown here. So the first headline message is that even after accounting for health endowment differences, children born in MDG era are 11 percentage points better off compared to pre-MDG cohort. The gain is larger, 16 percentage point for the SDG cohort. Now, among other significant covariates, you can see that open defecation positively affects stunting by 11 percentage point. Mother education is also associated with 1.1 percentage point reduction in stunting, which is larger, by the way, compared to gain from father's schooling. Now, next, we repeated the same analysis, adding controls for household assets, which we treat as proxies for health-related private investment. Now, the results indicate large wealth gap in stunting. Children in the top asset quintile, 15 percentage point better off compared to the poorest. but our estimates of SDG and MDG advantage remain mostly stable. But what about what I called the MDG legacy effect? Well, we can only test for this indirectly by interacting the child's SDG exposure dummy with parental schooling. The logic is that the new advantage in maternal education can be attributed to MDG campaign. That's when all the conditional cash transfers targeting girls' secondary education was introduced. And this advantage there should be stronger for SDG child cohort, but we don't find any such evidence. All interaction terms on this slide are insignificant and close to zero. So next, we move beyond a discussion of individual correlates and their interaction with child's exposure to global goals campaign. This time we focus on country-wise variation in stunting prevalence based on the regression estimates once again. So for this, we only change one thing in our earlier pooled regression analysis, which is replacing administrative region fixed effects with country dummies, where India is the omitted category. And what you see on this slide is only the results specific to these country effects and their interaction. So, this one uses all 8 countries. So therefore, we are only comparing SDG advantage related to MDG era child. Now, on the right-hand side, you can see the base effect, where an Indian child of SDG era experiences a 2.5 percentage point reduction related to MDG era Indian child, except for, now on the left-hand side of the slide, you can see the other countries. So except for Myanmar and Maldives, which show slower progress with respect to India, everyone else, does better compared to India. So which includes Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Cambodia, and East Timor. Now, what we do next is to repeat the analysis using pre-MDG era children as the reference group. So that's one thing that changes. This exercise is limited to 5 countries, as pre-MDG DHS data is only not available for Maldives, Myanmar, and East Timor. So what you see on this slide is again a plot of country-specific coefficients interacted with the child's MDG and SDG exposure. So the India is again the omitted category. India's result is, the base result is at the bottom. You can see that compared to children born in pre-MDG era, an MDG era Indian child is 8.6 percentage point less stunted, while this is bigger, 11 percentage point less stunted for SDG era Indian child. Bangladesh does not show much difference during the MDG era, but Nepal does better. But when it comes to SDG era, the graph shown on the top right-hand side of the slide, Bangladesh and Nepal shows much faster reduction. And Pakistan and Cambodia also show a reversal of MDG era trend. Okay, so that's pretty much what the main results are. So I've reached kind of the end of my talk. So let me therefore summarize the findings one more time before I discuss their policy implications. So I started the presentation acknowledging the global progress made in reducing early childhood stunting during the first half of the SDG era. But I also pointed out that this has not been enough to meet the 2030 target of reducing stunting prevalence to 13% by 2030, and that the rate of progress has also not been even across countries in the first 7 years of the campaign. South Asia has seen the largest decline among all developing regions, so that's a good news. The bad news is that together with Southeast Asia, these 2 regions account for 90% of Asia's entire stunted under 5 child population today. So what we did in this paper is really to take a deep dive and to understand how much of a difference the SDG progress made from the child's perspective in this region, and asking, how much the difference is compared to children born in the MDG and pre-MDG era in the same region. So what we found was that the sample of children born in SDG era in South and Southeast Asia are significantly better off in terms of height for age compared to those born in MDG and pre-MDG era. but there is significant, country level variation, so which I will talk about. And apart from this advantage, we also find that children from economically better off families and those with better educated mothers also enjoyed an advantage. So one immediate policy implication is to retain focus on poverty reduction and female education. We also looked at supply side factors, some of it, sanitation, open defecation, but open defecation seems to matter most. But what we found also was significant variation across countries in SDG era height advantage, independent of differences in socioeconomic factors and supply side factors. A child born in SDG era in Bangladesh enjoyed extra reduction in stunting, and that is also true for Nepal compared to a child born in India. Pakistan and Cambodia also do better. Now, this finding that India does worse than other economically poorer Asian countries is a puzzle for policymakers. Indian height deficit relative to African children have been well researched. There are a number of hypotheses. One is that, well, it could be all down to differential health endowment at birth, that Indian children are born to very short mothers compared to African mothers. But the height profile of Bangladeshi and Indian children are also quite comparable. The other hypothesis is that, well, there's a weak relationship in India between income growth and child height, and also that low social spending on health. But these explanations could also be true for Bangladesh. In fact, considering the role of private income and public expenditure, Bangladesh outperforms India, and that is rather a surprise. Again, the academic literature has a number of hypotheses ranging from the differential role of NGOs between the two countries, engagement of women early as frontline health workers, and also scaling up of low-cost social innovations focusing on health outcomes. All of these help Bangladesh outperform India. Now, our empirical model does not include these variables to capture country level differences through institutional and policy channels. But again, we can make indirect inferences. For example, Bangladesh innovated the community-led total sanitation scheme in 1999, and which was then scaled globally during the MDG era. And the latest among all countries to adopt was India. So therefore, this brings up the issue of differences in policy diffusion across country levels. The other differences could be also a matter of strategy. For example, Bangladesh prioritized child immunization way back in 1980s and achieved progress before India. So this left Bangladesh with a much earlier foundation for MDG and SDG campaigns. So therefore, moving forward, thinking about acceleration in the SDG second half, one lesson from Bangladesh for India is to maximize interlinkages and synergies across policies and goals. And particularly for India as a country as diverse and large, particularly there is a lot of talk about targeting at the geographic level. And again, this is where the two things combine, because the evidence shows that 64% of Indian districts are off target to achieve stunting reduction. So at the business as usual rate, India will take the year 2041. But evidence also shows that this proportion of Indian districts off target is actually as high as 75% when other child health indicators are combined. So this means that, well, yes, we can think of geographic targeting as within country strategy, but then it also has to kind of combine in terms of synergies and priorities to maximize progress in the remaining 7 years of the SDG era campaign. So on that note, I will stop here and look forward to further discussion. Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot, Mias. So before I hand over to the discussant, Associate Professor Maiseki from Ritsumeikan University, to those in the audience, if you have any questions, please type in your QA box, and then we will pick them up as much as we have time. So Mai, please go ahead. The floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. So some of my comments, questions are already answered by Nias, but allow me to go over my discussion points. And so the summary, I wouldn't spend too much time because the presentation is very clear. So the research question was the MDG SDG exposure. How does that have an impact, effects or association with the improvements on height for age? Sorry for the abbreviation, wrong abbreviation. Height for age and then child stunting. How to reduce child stunting. And the data was the DHS 8 South Asia and Southeast Asian countries, a lot of data work. And then also the method was using pooled OLS with region fixed effect over 8 countries with sufficient number of controls. And the policy variable, key policy variable, in my understanding, was the birth cohort dummies. And the findings were, the major findings were sizable and statistically significant effects of stunting reduction during MDG, SDG eras. So basically the children born or exposed in these sets of policies, their stunting problem has been dramatically reduced in these 8 countries. And the interesting part of their analysis is that, especially at the cross-national variation, there are quite a variation, and there might be lessons that we can learn from each from the leading countries to kind of lagging behind countries. Okay, so yes, again, a lot of data work. I think maybe for people who's working in this field, working with DHS is something that's been accumulated human capital and may not be such a burden, but to me it's just simply quite a work, and I was very impressed with the organized set of information that we can learn a lot from. And also this is a very highly policy relevant analysis, obviously. So the first 2 things I was that caught my eye is that the reduction in open defection is seems to be very important. I mean, like logically, I mean, it's very clear, but like based on the regression results, it's very clear policy target. And what's being done during MDGs and then also the first half of SDGs era seems to be the right direction based on their analysis. And also another thing that caught my eye is that not all countries' DHS data collects this information apparently, but seems to collect this information, unfortunately. But the mother's height for age appears to be good kind of positive contributor for reducing the stunting. So this seems to be also a clear policy target. And as Nia has explained, these 2 things are really what the innovative NGOs and the governments and the international organizations have been putting efforts. So policy has been the correct policy measures has been used to meet the target, but we're still halfway there. So yes. And another thing is that the data is, I guess, mostly publicly available. There was a mentioning in the previous version of the slide that the NIA's group is still trying to collect 1 more country's DHS micro level data. But anyway, mostly publicly available. And the methodology is very clear, which is, I think, is very important at this day and age, where reproducibility and replicability is very important in empirical analysis for any especially for policy analysis. And I do see that this type of clean analysis using publicly available data is good for generalizability of policy findings to other regions, with, of course, caution of the difference in context. The third comment is that so there has been a mentioning of pathway analysis in the slides. So maybe we're thinking the same thing, but first thing came to my mind is that the next step, natural step for me is to do mediation analysis. I do see the idea already there in the presentation, but maybe pathway analysis I mentioned in the slide may be the same thing as mediation analysis. Of course, this is not leading us to a causal interpretation of the policy effects, but still I find it's important to see relative importance of the mediators or the path. So I think it's worth continuing this analysis in that direction. So the three questions. Allow me to elaborate on my kind of confusion. So first thing is, how should we interpret the SDG exposure variable or the cohort dummy? So, and with the control for parental education, because one very slim storyline is that during MDGs era, educational attainment has improved, and then if the parents of the SDG exposed children are born during MDGs, so the mom or dad are the MDG children, and then they're given birth to the SDG children. Doesn't this SDG exposure dummy take away a lot of policy impact from the impact of parental education path? So I'm not really questioning about the empirical specification. I think this is what we should do, but when it comes to the interpretation, it becomes a bit, it may become a bit difficult, because some part of the MDG effect will be reflected either in the SDG exposure variable versus parental education variable. So, but at the same time, maybe given the data set availability, maybe what I'm concerned is it could be a really small portion of the sample. Second point, don't we have to control for a number of children per household? And maybe there is a high correlation between birth order variable and then the number of children per household. So I'm not an expert in this type of data analysis, so maybe I'm just confused, sorry. And then this is not a very important, big point, so it's just a minor point. The third one, Nia's already answered, so I think we already have an answer to my question. What will be the policy implications to meet the 2030 final goal? So we're currently 23% stunting level on average, and then need to reduce it to 13.5%. That's still a lot of percentage point to reduce it to. And given the regression result, it seems like this very straightforward interpretation is that, so should we just increase household wealth and that's the only ultimate solution, which is not surprising from the point of view of economists, but I also doubt that the storyline is not that simple. And then the two things mentioned by Nias is that the policy diffusion of what worked. So one example, clear example, was from the Bangladesh innovative NGOs work on water sanitation programs that should be able to diffused to other countries. And so there are, I guess there are rooms for diffusion of policy. Another thing that was very interesting during the presentation was the geo-targeting. And I'm not very familiar with this terminology, but I thought that's very interesting because within the country, there seems to be also a huge variation across geography, maybe highly correlated with the wealth level or the government, regional government physical conditions. So, but allow me to, let me stop here and then let's listen to Nias.
Thanks very much, Mai. We have 10 minutes for Q&A. So maybe Nias, you can answer one of the three that Mai asked. And then we have also a couple of questions in the Q&A box and from Professor John Gibson. So why don't you address one of Mai's questions first, and then we go to the other ones.
Yeah, so
Thanks.
the first one, I think I made a point in the presentation that, MDG and SDG era gains, so there is a bit of an overlap. It's not mutually exclusive, but, the way we were thinking of the analysis was whether to model it from the child's perspective or the mother's perspective. So meaning that instead of talking about child's exposure to the campaign, we could also think of mother's exposure to the campaign and say, okay, what is there an MDG advantage in terms of height of children of mothers who were born in MDG and pre-MDG era? And but we decided that that's a different paper, and we have not gone into that. But here, when I invoked the term MDG legacy, so the idea was that the boom in female education is not just specific to MDG era, but also kind of like this is where all the policy innovations happened. And that comes as a lag input for SDG era children. But I take the point that there is correlation and all that. But so that's how we were sort of thinking about it. But if you sort of look at the interaction time, we allowed for interaction with both MDG era children and SDG era children when it comes to mother's education. But the point is, well taken. So other comments are fine, but only if Daniel allows me to comment. But I can otherwise take your questions. So thank you, Masaki, for your thoughtful comments.
Great. So we have a question from Sakshi Pandey in the Q&A box. And she said, in India, there's a lot of focus on diversifying diets, including high protein food in regular diets of children, pregnant and nursing mothers. So maybe this could be one potential channel. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes. So I think, I pointed out that during the MDG era, alongside WASH program, there was a range of nutrition programs that was launched throughout, South Asia, and India, Bangladesh included. And there is also the Sun movement, scaling up nutrition and all that. So, I'm not too sure whether these programs are specific to India. My understanding is that we also had them in Bangladesh. But the point I was raising was the sequencing of these programs, who had a head start, and whether that created a legacy and then impacted returns to SDG era programs and initiative, given the differential past trends within South Asia across countries. So otherwise, yeah, I agree with you, but that's how I'm thinking of it. Okay,
so John Gibson has a question on the confidence intervals on the charts that you were showing, whether they have taken into account the DHS's design effects, because there's clustering in the samples.
Yes, so thank you, John. I've responded already privately to him. So we do, but unfortunately, Rajesh, who did all the hard work, is not here with me. So he confirms that this has been taken care of, and I should also add. So the design effect has been taken care of, and I should also add that the standard errors are clustered at the PSU level.
Okay, great, thanks. So again, if there are more questions for the audience, please type in the Q&A. While waiting for that, I have one question. So you presented a lot of information in the graph, so I might have missed it. But did you look at infant mortality rates in these countries during the MDG, SDG eras? Because if countries are getting better at reducing infant mortality, then their height for age might decline, because children who did not survive in the pre-MDG era, for example, survived, and they would be maybe shorter. So maybe you could comment on that.
Yeah, so thank you. So actually, we worried that we would have too many numbers, but that's a very distinct possibility. So I think on that ground, we can bring it back. So Rajesh and I were debating how many outcome variables we should introduce, and then we had to juggle through so many, and we decided that keep it simple and sweet. So, and then that's why this is what you see, but that point is taken care of, and I think that's something we can look into. Thank you.
Can I jump into that? So if Daniel, in order to control for the Daniel's concern, when the outcome is height for age of the child, if you control for the mortality rate, that effect could be controlled in that regression instead of putting the mortality rate as an outcome variable. Sorry.
Yeah, so I think also at least descriptively we should show this. So I think, so even if we don't go into the regression, but so that the readers can understand how to interpret these numbers. But having said that, yeah, that's an interesting point because when I think of it, there is also enormous variation in mortality rate within South Asian and Southeast Asian countries. So, and particularly like Bangladesh does so much better than India. Okay.
I see. Great. Thanks very much. So because we don't have any more questions, thanks again, Nias and Mai, for the presentation and the points in the discussion. So we're going to move now to the second paper, which will be presented by Riswandi, who is an assistant professor at the Faculty of Economics and Business at University of Syah Kuala in Indonesia. And the discussant for this paper is Connie Bayudanda Kui, who is a senior research fellow at the Philippine Institute for Development Studies. So, Riswandi, whenever you're ready, please go ahead. Thank you.
Many thanks, Daniel, and I would like to express my gratitude to ADBI for this great opportunity to share our paper written with Budi from Australian National University on long-term impact of childhood vaccination on human capital formation in later life, evidence from Indonesia. So let me first start with some information on background and motivation of the study. So vaccination for children under 5 is expected to be key in reducing morbidity and mortality from vaccine preventable diseases and in determining educational, health, and economics outcomes later in their life. Because it has such a crucial impact on human being. In 1974, the World Health Organizations launched what's called the Extended Program on Immunizations. Since then, the global vaccination coverage increased from about 20% to around 82% in 2019, and contributed to decline mortality rates by 24% from 2010 to 2017. So, however, the coverage varies globally. For instance, in 2019, about 50% of 20 million children in poor countries have not received the full set of routine vaccinations due to high costs in implementing and delivering these services. Besides lack of information on the importance of the immunizations. And also in 2020, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the coverage decreased with about 23 million children missing out on routine vaccinations. And most of them are living in about 60% of them living in African regions. Okay, so in an Indonesian context, the country, the similar trends also occur in Indonesia. The country has made a significant progress in providing routine vaccinations since 1980s. However, childhood vaccination coverage still varies across provinces, as you can see here in this figure. Some of regions have a quite high basic immunization coverage, but some other regions, particularly in eastern Indonesia or even in northern tip of Indonesia, like in Aceh, the coverage is quite low. And also the coverage has been decreasing since it has reached highest level in 2017. For instance, BCG coverage dropped substantially from 93% in 2017 to about 87% in 2020. So the similar pattern also happened for other three types of vaccines: DTP, polio, and measles. This decreasing trend could be attributed many factors. For instance, from the demand side, could be driven by household characteristics, for instance, parental hesitancy, education level, knowledge of the importance of the vaccines, and economic status. Also, from the supply side, there's a limited access to healthcare facilities and professional health attendance, particularly in remote areas. The COVID pandemics worsened these situations due to a social distancing policy of the government. And okay, and health facility priority that controlling the COVID-19 pandemics. So the study has two objectives. First, to examine the long-term impact of childhood vaccination on educational and health outcomes. And the second one, to identify any potential mechanism or channels. The study has also two main contributions. It uses a new instrument variable, which is the village midwife program implementation in Indonesia. And the second contribution is to identify new possible channels through which childhood vaccination may affect educational and health outcomes in the later life. So the paper heavily relies on the fetal origin hypothesis by Barker in 1990s, postulate that any unpleasant event during in utero or early childhood might affect long-term chronic health outcomes in adulthood. There are many studies linking childhood vaccinations with, for instance, more years of schooling in China by Oskorochi using matching method. In Bangladesh by Dresen et al. Using IT approach, and in South Africa by Midway et al. in 2015 using fixed model. And also studies by Solis Soto et al. In 2020 using logic approach. They found that childhood vaccination is associated with less prevalence of stunting and underweight in 16 different countries. A study of Bloom et al. In 2021 using matching approach also find that childhood vaccination is associated with better cognitive skills, but there is no correlation on height in the Philippines. In Indonesian context, studies on vaccination and human capital development are relatively limited. For instance, studies by Ramona et al., Holipa et al., and Hardianto and Chang, they are on factors that determine childhood vaccination uptake, not on causality. And also one study by Semba et al. In 2017, they found that vaccinated children were associated with higher prevalence of underweight, stunting, and anemia. So, however, the result of most of previous studies might be biased due to omitted variable bias, where childhood vaccination is not randomly assigned. As I mentioned in the previous slide, so this study actually uses the information of village midwife program implementations in Indonesia during 1990s. And let me briefly explain how this program was implemented. So before 1990s, majorities of villages in Indonesia did not have any midwife, and majorities of giving birth were conducted by traditional birth attendants. During that period, maternal and neonatal mortality were relatively high. So as a response to these situations, the government of Indonesia launched a village midwife program in early 1990s. So between 1990 to 1998, the central government trained around 54,000 village midwives and strategically deployed across the country. Under this program, village midwives conducted child immunization in addition to their main tasks, such as providing maternal health care. And also under the program, the placement of village midwives was determined solely by the central government. Okay, so in our identification, we will argue that the placement of village midwife is as good as random. To support this argument, we provide this statistical test, as we can see here in table 1. We find that there's most of the village characteristic between communities and with and without village midwife are relatively similar. So it means that the placement of village midwife is as good as random after taking into account these village characteristics. So then we use the differential timing of village midwife presents as a plausible exogenous source of variations in the probability of a child getting basic vaccinations. We also will argue that geographical proximity is another plausibly exogenous source. In many cases, particularly in developing countries, geographical proximity is often an issue in delivering medical equipment and materials, including vaccine supply and cold chain management. In vaccine supply chain, vaccines were sent by the central government to the provincial health agencies and then transported to health agencies at district level and finally arrived at the village health centers. So the level of success in implementing a vaccination program may vary. It depends on how closer a village to its provincial capital and the provincial capital to the national capital, even in villages that already have a village midwife. So we argue that distance from village birthplace to the national capital are exogenously random. We also use square inverse distance variable of respondents' district birthplace to the national capital to measure the intensity of the program implementation. So we mainly use data from Indonesian Family Life Surveys. We built it from 1993. So this is a longitudinal survey. Started in 1993, 97, 20, 27, and the last wave in 2014. We also use data from GIS Probe on latitude and longitude of national, provincial, and district capitals. We also construct a number of variables used in this paper, such as mother's general health status, taking from 9 questions from the survey on capability in doing daily activities. And also we construct stunting, underweight, wasting based on WHO child growth standards. We also generate household wealth index, and also we compute distance between district birthplace to the national capital. So our main model is written as in equation 1. Y is the long-term educational and health outcome, which include Years of schooling, math score, height, underweight, and overweight. And child vaccination is a dummy variable, taking value of 1 if a child get fully vaccinated of 8 doses from 4 type of vaccine: BCG, polio, DTP, and measles, and 0 otherwise, at least missing 1 dose or unvaccinated at birth. As we suspect, in the first main model, beta is the parameter of interest, might be biased. So then we instrument child vaccinations with the timing of village midwife presence in a community, and times by 1/d squared, which is distance, which is squared inverse distance from respondent district birthplace to the national capital. So as written in the second equations. So here X is a factor of individual characteristics, including sex, age, and religions. H is a factor of household characteristics, covering mother education, mother general health status, and wealth index. And C is a community characteristic, urban dummy, distant from village to community health center and primary school. And yeah, that's the variable that we are using in this study. As we use IV approach, we will discuss about 3 key assumptions of IVs. The first assumption is relevant assumptions. So the IV, the instrument variable, correlates with the probability of getting complete childhood vaccinations. We argue, we provide an explanation of this assumption based on previous study findings, and we also provide statistical testing. From the previous study finding from Frankenberg and Thomas, they found that village midwife conducted child immunization as an additional task. So this finding suggests there is a positive correlation between village midwife program implementations and childhood vaccination take-up rates. And also, we provide a statistical test based on this table. This table summarizes the first stage estimation results on childhood vaccination and instrument variable. We find here there is a positive and statistically significant for the instruments. It means that village midwife tend to have a higher probability of childhood vaccinations. And also in the last column, we find a relatively high F statistic that suggests that the IV is a valid and strong instrument. So the second assumption is exchangeability or independence. So the IV is independent of all variables, including in the error term. So in this case, the placement of village midwife is plausibly exogenous, determined solely by the central government, and local authorities could not influence decisions. And also we argue that distance from distant place to the national capital is exogenously random. We performed 2 additional falsification tests to support this assumption. First test is Oster test to check whether the unobservable factors might drive the result in the first stage estimation. I will back to the previous table here. As you can see here, the delta is greater than a cutoff of 1. It means that omitted variable bias might not drive the result in the first stage estimations. And then the second test, we regress the IV on covariate. As we can see here in this table, most covariate are not statistically significant. For the last assumption, this is exclusion restriction assumptions, which is untestable assumption. This assumption required that the IV affects the outcome variables only through child vaccination status. So the IV does not correlate with the error term in the main model and does not have direct impact on the outcome variables. So there is one possible threat actually in this case where the existence of village midwife and distance to the national capital might influence mother's education and health performance. And then mother's education and health status might influence to the individual education and health outcomes of their children. So to rule out any direct effect, we control for mother education and health status when a child age 12 to 59 months. So this table summarizes the OLS and IV result on educational outcome. As we can see here under column 1 and 2, the OLS suggests results suggest that complete childhood vaccination is associated with higher schooling and higher math scores. Oh, sorry, there is no impact. There is no association with the math scores. But as our preferred model in the last column, the IV results suggest that children who receive complete routine vaccination are more likely to have about 2.7 years more schooling and higher math scores by around 2.6 points. This table summarizes the OLS and IV results on health outcomes. So the OLS results suggest that complete routine vaccination is associated with being taller and less prevalence of being underweight. And as our preferred model, the IV output suggests that children with complete basic immunization tend to be taller and have less prevalence of being underweight. We also perform a sensitivity test. In this case, we restrict sample to fully and partially vaccinated children. As we can see here, the results are fairly robust using different set of samples. This table summarizes the possible pathways through which childhood vaccination might affect educational and learning outcomes and health outcomes in later life. So in panel R, as we can see here, we use a sample those who age 12 to 59 months in 1997 and in 2000. And we construct a number of variables such as stunting, underweight, and wasted. And also in panel B, we restrict our, so we measure the sample who age 15 to 22 years old in 2014. And we construct a variable that explaining their experiences during childhood, whether they had a good health, whether they ever miss schools, or whether they having restricted activities days in 2014. And also we measure the cognition and mental health symptoms using proximate by Raven score and PTSD scores. As we can see here, this table indicates that complete childhood vaccination is associated with a lower probability of being stunted and underweight in childhood, and better performance on cognitive tests when they age 14 to 20 years old in 2014. So how I connect this finding to the SDGs achievement? I think, as we know, missing vaccination in childhood contribute to poor health outcomes, which might hinder the achievement of SDGs in the long term. So health condition in childhood largely attributed to receiving complete basic immunization is foundational to achieving SDGs targets such as poverty eradication, zero hunger, and quality education. As you can see, basic immunization can protect children from vaccine-preventable disease, which can save health expenditure in the long term, and in turn can protect households from falling into poverty. And then vaccine preventable diseases can increase the likelihood of malnourishment in childhood. And then vaccine may increase educational attainment and improve learning outcomes as one of the SDGs goals. So this is to conclude, a significant and robust causal relationship exists between childhood vaccination and educational attainment and learning outcomes. There are significant causal impacts of complete childhood vaccination on height and underweight. We find two possible channels, which is lower risk of being stunted and underweight, and better performance on cognitive tests. So the reduction rate of childhood vaccination during pandemic might have long-term impacts on human capital. So as a policy recommendation, funding support is crucial for government and international organizations to enhance vaccine delivery services and infrastructures, particularly in poor countries, and to expedite the achievement of the SDGs. I'll stop here, Daniel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Riswandi. You are 30 seconds early, so that's great. So before I hand over to Connie, I would just like to mention to the audience, if you have any questions or comments, please write in the Q&A box. And Riswandi, can you please unshare your screen so we can load Connie's slides? Please go ahead, Connie. You have 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Riswandi. So I'll be providing comments to the paper. Next slide, please. So I find as a summary, the paper, I think, investigates the impacts of childhood vaccination on health and education outcomes in Indonesia. It uses the IFLS, which I believe is the longest running longitudinal data set in the country. It also uses an IB approach using the presence of a midwife and the proximity of the respondent's birthplace to the national capital. So it is a well-motivated and well-written paper, and my comments here and suggestions will focus more on the variables that were used and in the approach. And so it might require redoing some estimation if you find it acceptable. So next slide, please. Okay, so I have 6 points here. The first point would be on the on the use of years of schooling as an outcome variable. So I find that this variable is probably not a good outcome to look into because it does not consider progression, meaning a respondent can have a higher number of schooling years, but it's not necessarily good because there's a probability that people or children or respondents will be repeating certain age, certain grade level. So if you just look at the schooling variables, then it's the number of schooling years as a variable, then it does not take into account repetition. And so my suggestion is maybe Riswandi can use for example, grade for age index, because this actually reflects how advanced or lagging a student is relative to the educational attainment that is required of his age. And so it is a better indicator in terms of educational outcome. So that's the first one. Second point that I'd like to make is on the control variables. And I find that there are some information that should be included as controls. And my suggestion here is that, one, the paper mentioned that the children's vaccination history is actually based on either the immunization card, self-reporting, or if it's not available, then somebody else will report it, like the mother or caregiver. And so I think that this information should be controlled in the estimating equation. That's one. Second, I noticed that based on my work in the human capital development front, especially in the gender area, there is a growing literature that articulates the importance of the presence of a father in children's outcomes, ranging from educational attainment, health, to social-emotional economic outcomes. And so I think that if there are variables in the data set that can use the proxy for this information, it should be included. And then third, there is also a need to include controls for supply side variables, like for example, infrastructures, educational materials at home, indicator for teachers' quality. So essentially supply side variables. So on the third point that I'd like to make is on the child vaccine variable, which is the first stage outcome, I believe. So I think that there is a need to improve the operationalization of this variable, because from the way that I understood it, as I read the paper, the child vaccine actually lumped together partially vaccinated and unvaccinated respondents. So that means it's equal to 1 if an individual was fully vaccinated, meaning they had 8 doses of vaccines, and 0 if the individual was partially or unvaccinated. So I think that the current operationalization of the variable is problematic, because the paper is talking about the benefits of vaccines to begin with. And I think that those who partially receive shots will have a different outcome from those who have not received any at all. And so my suggestion here is to, for example, use percentages instead, meaning from 0 to 100, 0 no vaccination to 100 full vaccination, so that it covers the spectrum of the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. And then so in the next slide, I also have some comments on the instrument, and I believe that there were the instrumental variable used was an interaction between the presence of a midwife and the proximity of the birthplace from the capital. And so my comment here is, I think that there is a need to clarify, at least in the paper, if all poor and distant communities have benefited from the VMP program, from the voluntary midwife deployment program. Because if the answer is no, then respondents in poor and distant communities will be lumped with non-poor, non-distant communities, which may have different educational and health outcomes on the average. And so my suggestion here is probably Rizwandi can conduct robustness checks using different samples. So for example, do estimations using samples only, limiting the samples using poor and distant communities only. Another sample could be samples without the poor and distant communities that did not benefit from the program at all. So that's my first comment under the instrument. And then the second one is, I think that the paper needs to provide better clarity on the exogeneity of the presence of a midwife. I know that the paper already invoked the literature mentioning that these presence of the midwife is essentially established by others as exogenous. However, the VMP, as mentioned in the paper, was implemented to improve the access of health care of women in poor and far-flung communities. Is that correct? So I think that that in itself is a pattern. It's already a pattern that might not be exogenous as far as the educational and health outcomes are concerned. So for example, in the context of inclusive growth and sustainable development goals, the principles that nobody should be left behind, there might be a conscious effort to move to direct bigger spending in this community. So for example, in terms of infrastructure projects, so more money will be flowing into these communities, like to build roads, schools, hospitals, and health centers. That can affect human capital development. And so that is something that the authors can look into. And then there's also under the instrumental variable, comment under the instrumental variable, there's also a need to improve the operationalization of the IB. So it is, again, an interaction between the presence of the midwife and the proximity of the respondent's birthplace. And so in its current form, I think that the proximity of the birthplace dominates the value of the instrument. For example, the respondents with birthplace close to the capital will have instruments close to so for example, respondents that have birthplace that is very far from the capital will have instruments that are very close to 0, making them indistinguishable from respondents living in areas that do not have midwives to begin with. And so it is something that the author can think about. For example, include, because I noticed that the instrument is just an interaction. So maybe the authors can include the inverse of the distance on their own, and the dummy for the presence of the midwife on their own. So it's the complete set of the interaction plus the dummy variables itself. And so, and number 4, there is also a need to provide evidence on routine tests that typically is needed for this instrumental variable technique. Like, for example, under identification test, which is essentially a test of relevance, and then the over identification test, which is essentially the test of the validity of the instruments. And this is really no problem, because these are tests that are really included in standard IB regressions. So on the next slide, on the summary stats, I think that there is a need to improve the summary stats. So the paper already provided the summary statistics of the variable of interests by vaccination status. So that's table 2 is 1D. I think that there is a need to align the descriptive statistics to and then provide the descriptive statistics based on the presence or absence of midwife and based on the proximity as well. So essentially, descriptive statistics based on the instrumental variable that you are using on the paper. And on the interpretation, lastly, I think that there is a need to enrich the analysis. So for example, I noticed that the OLS is biased downward. And I think that the discussion can be enriched if you can discuss why this is the case, what are the potential reasons, why the OLS is causing this downward bias. And then lastly, I think that there is a need to exercise care in terms of interpreting the effect of vaccination given the different issues raised here. So I think that that's it for me, Daniel.
Great, thanks very much, Connie. So Reswandi, we have 10 minutes for you to respond to some of the comments from Connie and maybe some of the things in the Q&A if they come. So maybe you could spend, I don't know, 2-3 minutes to discuss or to respond to some of Connie's points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Connie, for this such a very important and constructive inputs and comments. And I think I'll take them. But before that, I just want to make some comments on your inputs. Well, this is true. We do not include, for instance, dummy on how the immunization information are getting from the household. It could be, I think it's doable to put a dummy whether the immunizations based on self-reporting or immunization based on self-reporting means by their caretaker or by their parents, and also from card immunization card. And many control that taking into account in our model to let's say minimize the possibility of the instruments might not be exogenous, like a distance distance to the national capital, and I think that will be I'll take the comments on this thing, and then your suggestion using a percentage of the dummy or percentage of the immunization status will be great if I can do it. And let's see what the result 0 to 100% instead of dummy variable. And for IV, well, I already tested separated like interaction and dummy vaccinations, but the result is not quite interesting. And for over identification might not be conducting because I only have one instrument. But anyway, your comment is very important and thoughtful. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks. So I still don't see any questions in the Q&A box or in the chat box, but I have one. You mentioned about vaccine hesitancy, right? And this seems to be like the major barrier to getting kids fully vaccinated. So can you talk more about this, for example, in the Indonesian context? Has it been increasing, the hesitancy, or has it been decreasing? What were some of the reasons for being hesitant? Did parents not see that vaccination is making their kids better? Maybe you can talk about, some policy that the government has been trying to improve vaccination rates and things like that. Thank you.
Yeah. So regarding the vaccination hesitancy, there's many previous studies mentioned that one of the obstacles regarding this take-up of childhood vaccination take-up is related to how parents, the knowledge of parents about the vaccines based on their cultural religion backgrounds. So as we can see in my presentations, part of the regions, part of the province, which let's say more religious, they tend to postpone or do not take their children to get immunized. So I think one of the strategy that government might be implemented is through information distributions, or not only information distribution, but how we distribute information through like religious leaders in that region might be more effective to encourage people, to encourage parents to send their children to get vaccinated. Yeah, I think there is a decrease. There is a increased trend of hesitance parents on immunizations, because I think this is related to how social media might frame their readers, how to respond the vaccines. Even the information of the importance of the vaccine is already there in the information package. But I think there's an increase in hesitance behavior of parents related to vaccinations. I think that's my comment.
Okay, thanks, Riswandi. Since we don't have any questions in the Q&A box, I would like to thank again Riswandi and Connie for the presentation and the discussion. So we're going to move to the third paper, which is on education accountability and student learning in the context of Pakistan. The presenter is Sabrin Beg, who's an associate professor at the University of Delaware. Thank you for staying until late at night. And the discussant is Stefan Litschik, professor of economics at the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies in Tokyo. So Sabrin, you have 25 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, depending on where you're at. Thank you, Daniel, for sharing this paper session, and thank you to all the presenters for presenting your work. So I'm going to talk about education in broadly, but in the context of Pakistan, and I'm going to try to focus on accountability, kind of in a general sense, and try to make give some kind of key takeaways from my research in this area and from looking at some of the data that I will present today. Please let me know the slides are moving for you, but the motivation kind of for this research agenda broadly is that first, we know that human capital, education is an important component of human capital, which is important for economic development. We know this from the effects of education on important outcomes like income and health, but also from the fact that people value education and invest in it. Parents spend money to send their children to school, so they realize it's important. So there is no doubt that it is an important component of human capital. With that kind of importance of human capital in mind, we know that enrollment in school has increased, and I'm going to show you some data to that effect. So more and more kids are going to school. Thanks to the Millennium Development Goals, government and the focus of governments on improving enrollment, we see enrollment has increased. But enrollment does not equal learning. And so what we are faced with in the context of the Sustainable Development Goals and context of moving forward for developing countries is to tackle the quality of learning for the children that are going to school. So just for motivation, here is again, the cross-sectional relationship between years of schooling and income per capita. So, this correlation is quite strong. I just want to point out a more recent paper that shows that uses a neat way to look at the quality of education across countries and differences in income per capita. And so they look at returns to schooling in the US of immigrants from specific countries. Okay, so how much money do you make, or how much does one more year of schooling from your home country earn you in the US if you're an immigrant? And so this returns to schooling for specific immigrants of nationalities of specific countries gives a measure of the quality of schooling. So you see there even a very strong relationship. To get put together, the quality adjusted years of schooling accounts for about 20% of cross-country income differences. So a large part of just differences in economic development can be explained by the combination of years of schooling and the quality of schooling that individuals are getting in specific countries. So education is important, so is its quality. I'm going to focus on Pakistan. I'm going to show you a bunch of data from Pakistan. So first, there's a positive trend in enrollment, as is true for many countries. Here I've plotted in the blue line is the enrollment at the primary level. And the gray lines are sort of the averages for South Asia and for lower middle income countries. So there's there is an increase in enrollment. It's nowhere near getting, it's kind of not at a full 100%, even though in the very recent years it has gone up even more. So despite the positive trend, there are many children that are out of school, right? So there's still an enrollment gap, and I'm going to outline gender gaps there too. There's still a lot of students, a lot of children that are not going to school at all. And second, and I'm going to stress this more by showing you learning levels itself. Even for children in school, there are supply side constraints that prevent them from learning adequately. So here I want to show you the kind of severe dropouts. So even as the chart that I showed you showed that there are millions of students that are out of school even at the primary level. Here I'm showing you something slightly different, which is what happens as you move over grades. So this is data that I'm going to show you, which I'm going to explain a bit more. This is a panel of children over several years. It's the LEAPS data. And it's a long panel of children that were enrolled in grade 3 in 2003. This is for one province, but it's kind of a representative for that province for the most part. This is for Punjab. So in 2003, these boys and girls are in school, so they're in grade 3. When we follow them for many years, for 8 years, we see that for many of them continue to stay in school, at least until grade 5. But after that, about 15 or 17% of boys drop out, about 20% of girls drop out. By the time these students would have been in 11th grade or so would have been in high school, there is even more severe sort of dropout from school. Only 50% of the boys continue to be in school in 2011, and less than 40% of the girls are in school when you go back and try to find them in 2011. So there's both an enrollment gap at the primary level, but I'm going to argue that as you move into further grades, this enrollment gap becomes quite severe, 1, and 2, it is much more severe for girls. So what we have is what many call the learning crisis. What is this? This is a state of learning. This is a state of where children are that are enrolled in school. So students kind of lag behind. Teachers are focusing on centrally set curriculums. and feel pressure to complete the syllabi, without taking into account that students have these various abilities in the classroom. Many students lack foundational skills, and that hampers further learning as students enter primary grades or post-primary grades. So what I'm going to present today is sort of this the progress towards SDG in Pakistan. What are the existing mechanisms for accountability in the education system? Since I want to talk about accountability, I'm going to talk also about the management structures in these countries and some data for management in schools, as well as teacher and school autonomy, and finally about learning and what the policy implications are. The data sets that I use are going to include the annual status of the education report. Sorry, I have to turn off my video just for a second. This is the largest household-based initiative on the status of school-age children. So children aged 3 to 16 years for the entire country. These are mostly going to be students that are in rural areas and some are in urban areas. I'm also going to be using an education census. This is the EMIS data. In addition to that, I will show you this some data from the panel data set that I talked about, which is the LEAPS panel data set. This is, again, follows children through several years. This is one of the longest kind of longitudinal studies in the context of schooling, not just for Pakistan, but broadly speaking. And finally, I'm going to show you I'm also going to show you some kind of general data from macro indicators, as well as some data from my own projects, just to highlight some points. What is the education SDG? So that basically, the Sustainable Development Goal aims to ensure inclusive and equitable learning, quality education, as well as lifelong learning opportunities for all. Given that, I'm going to kind of focus on what is the progress for Pakistan with respect to this goal. I'm going to focus on all aspects: equity, inclusion, quality, as well as kind of learning opportunities for everyone. So I want to stress on the point about equity, and I'm going to try to focus on gender, but broadly, equity is kind of defined across many different groups. So these are, this is the rate of out-of-school children for boys and girls. This is from the ACER data, and this shows the about 10% of girls being out of school recently, and about 7 to 10% of boys being out of school. I also want to highlight sort of the quality of schools, and I'm going to make a private and public comparison here to show you the heterogeneity in the kinds of institutions, the kinds of facilities that are available at institutions. So here is, and also kind of to show you the general availability of facilities. So only half of schools have a playground. You can look at the left panel here. So only half of schools have a playground at all. Half of government schools have access to water. 70% of government schools have toilets, and 75% have a boundary wall. So there's both kind of a big gap in quality in some of the institutions. So, you know, half of schools don't have a playground, 25% of schools don't have a wall surrounding them, 30% of schools don't have toilets, but also a difference between public and private institutions, where private institutions are kind of better facilitated with these amenities. And so there's both variation in the amount of schools that are available. So just the supply of schools as well as the quality of those schools. So here I just want to show the access to schools. This is the number, and this is for different provinces. So this is for a KPK. This is the number of schools in thousands for boys and for girls. So I put this up, I created this chart to show that the number of schools, and this is actually just primary schools. It has all schools, but I just want to show even at the primary level, there's a big gap in the number of schools available for boys than for girls. So there's roughly equal number of boys and girls, but there are two big gaps. One, there are many more schools for boys than are for girls. Two, when you get to higher levels of schooling, the supply side is severely constrained. There are very few, and so here I show, there's only one middle school for 1,500 boys or girls. So we are both dealing with an imbalance in terms of access across genders, but a severe kind of supply constraint as you get to higher levels of schooling. And so we have an enrollment challenge as well as a quality challenge. That's the big thing that I want to highlight for the context of this country. I will talk a bit about accountability. So when I say that, what is the structure of these schools and what are the mechanisms through which accountability is created? So here is something that many countries have done. One of the things to increase accountability, what is accountability, right? Is there any mechanism through which we can improve the performance of schools, right? What are those mechanisms? So there are a few. This is one, which is a large government-led effort, is the PMIU, or Program Monitoring and Implementation Unit, of the different provinces. This is a data collection platform as well as a data availability platform. So what it does is collects data on schools and makes it available to the public, but as well as to policymakers. I wanted to have a screenshot of I wanted to link this to the webpage. So what the webpage does is provide by school name and for all schools, both aggregate statistics on measures of performance. And so that would include teacher attendance, staff attendance, availability of facilities, as well as both aggregate and school level. So you can actually go and find your school or your child's school and see how that school is performing or what is the monitoring data for that school. And so what is this, right? This kind of a system creates data, which is both available to policymakers and to the consumers or communities or parents. But it's missing this link, all right? So it allows policymakers to affect the performance of schools. It allows parents to affect the performance of schools. And maybe it also allows parents or consumers to make obvious to policymakers what they need and what they desire. And so from the data, primary data that we have from schools, what are schools reporting given that there are these kind of accountability structures in place? So here is what our schools ever visited or have a contact with the education department. Most government schools have had a contact with the education department in the last month. However, there are many schools that really have no contact with the education department. But I want to point out that this accountability structure that the government is putting in place applies much more to government schools than it does to private schools. So for private schools, many of them don't really engage with the education department. And here is how many times a school was visited by a school inspector. So again, these school inspectors are the people who collect that data that is available on the web. Right, so these people will show up at the school and they will go and check the toilets, they will check the water supply, they will check the facilities available at school, they will check if the teachers are present. So most government schools, about 80%, have had a visitor to check on them in the last month. For private schools, that's only 50%. Okay, so this the government managed structures of accountability are much more applicable to government schools, and that's not very surprising. And why am I making this distinction? Because I want to show you what are other ways through which schools can create accountability. So private schools are not sort of constrained by these governments created measures of accountability. They may have other measures, right? So this is the share of schools that have parents sort of associations, right? About half of schools have parent associations that are active. Okay, so there's some community involvement in school education as well. So there's parent involvement, government involvement in school education. Kind of one thing that's lacking is that even though this data is available, maybe making it more accessible to the community, but the big thing is creating mechanisms for feedback and communication with policymakers. So the only way these systems of accountability can affect policy is if there's a link between policy or what policymakers do and what this data and the availability of this data. Okay, so that link was sort of missing when I try to understand the system of accountability. Private schools are very, very, very common in low-income countries. So in Pakistan, the share increased from 10 or 20% to about 30%. So almost every village has or 40%, right? Almost every village has a private school. Many have more than one private schools. And so another thing that the government should focus on is creating these mechanisms of accountability that might apply to private schools as well. I will kind of argue that private schools are creating accountability in different ways in their systems, and I will try to sort of maybe make create some implications or generate implications from this data on what kinds of accountability actually might affect learning. I have a section management, but it wasn't very much. So this is the main takeaway from the trying to analyze data on management is that data on management practices is very much lacking. In fact, there is no focus on management in these schools, even though the literature shows that management quality in schools can be important. So there's no formal management trainings for head teachers or supervisors. In fact, the role of head teachers is not clearly defined. So in many, I haven't put the data here, but in many, many schools, head teachers are actually acting like teachers and teaching classrooms. And so the sense of a head teacher taking a leadership role is kind of absent. And that's, again, something both policy can target, but also the data collection can target. I'll skip this slide. I will show some data on other measures of accountability, in particular incentives that teachers have. So here's just teacher attendance. So teachers are showing up to school. These are kind of high numbers, given my expectation at least. Most teachers, about 90% of teachers are in school. And this is from, again, a random visit to the school. So if you showed up at the school, about 90% of teachers are there. However, what are these teachers actually doing? Like I argued in the beginning, through kind of qualitative and quantitative work in many countries, we get the sense that teachers face a lot of pressure to complete the official curriculums. So in both government and private schools, but more so in private schools, teachers feel a lot or moderate, right, pressure to complete the curriculum, to complete the syllabus. They feel both this pressure personally, but also from the school and parents. So there's emphasis on getting through the syllabus, okay? And I'm going to show you there's these learning lags, right? So students don't know addition, but the curriculum enforces multiplication. So it's hard to learn multiplication if you don't know addition, right? And so this pressure to just go through the syllabus can actually be contributing to these learning lags, because progression in learning cannot happen if the instruction is not according to where students are in terms of their ability. I want to talk about another thing in terms of teacher incentives, the salaries that teachers have, right? So there is government teachers are paid much better than private teachers, but there's better salary differentiation in private schools, okay? So the progression in terms of increases are more suited to teachers' qualification when you talk about private schools. So these incentives seem to be better aligned in the private schools. Teachers have more autonomy in private schools too. So here is the teachers that have a role in making these decisions. So decisions about curriculum, teaching methods. In general, teachers seem to have more autonomy in private schools. I'm running out of time. I had a couple of slides on that just showed some data from other projects. I'm going to skip these slides, but they just both argue that teacher incentives are important. The teachers themselves are important, but teacher autonomy incentives also seem to matter. So what I've kind of argued so far is that private schools are better able to create these incentives through salaries, and are also better able to give more autonomy to their teachers. So finally, just some data on learning. Two things, right? There is a gender gap in learning, one, and there's a gap in learning for everyone. So here is some data for third graders. So for children enrolled in third graders, so this is a little bit hard to read, but I'm going to show you maybe one bar, right? About only a 15 or this is like 17% of children that are enrolled in third grade do not know their numbers over 100. Okay, so they know up to 100. They do not know subtraction or addition. So this is given that these skills, addition and subtraction, are all part of the third grade curriculum, right? Only 10% or so of children enrolled in third grade can perform a multi-digit subtraction, right? Only 15% can actually perform division. So this graph which shows that on average learning levels are low. They are kind of far from the curriculum. And two, there are all kinds of children in classrooms, right? There are children at all levels of classrooms. This is English, I'm gonna skip it. So there is heterogeneity in learning and their learning levels are low, but private schools are the ones where children perform much better. Okay, so these are scores for private and government schools. In English in particular, the children are much better when they're in private schools. However, teachers of the government schools are the ones that are better, right? So they're paid better, they're actually better. So this is now flipped. The private school teachers are score less on tests when given to them. Public school teachers are much better. So in the last minute, I guess I had more slides than I had time. I just want to put this all into a formal framework of what goes into the education production function, right? It is inputs and some measure of productivity, right? It is teacher inputs. It seems from what I have showed that government schools have better quality of inputs, right? They have better teachers, everything, but they're not performing that well. So there's something in this productivity parameter that they are lacking, right? Private schools seem to be just more productive in generating learning. So they outperform public schools despite the fact that private school teachers are better, they are more qualified, and they are paid much better, and they're apparently even monitored much better. And so what we learn, I'm going to finish, I guess, in a minute. What we learn is that inputs alone might not matter in the education production function. How you use those inputs matters. Accountability is important, but accountability or monitoring without incentives or a reward system can't be useful, right? So if a school inspector is going to show up at a school, that will not matter if what the school inspector is seeing at the school doesn't matter in terms of what teachers are given or rewarded. So even though government schools have more rigorous oversight mechanisms, private schools have greater accountability towards parents and they respond to competition. Private school teachers are also more accountable to schools through direct incentives like salaries, and the performance-based incentives are more available in these schools that perform better, and those are the ones that create accountability. And so in order for us to move towards the sustainable development goals, we want to focus on equity and inclusion, which means focus on the out-of-school children and remove barriers to girls' schooling, as well as focus on more on the marginalized populations in general. And 2, focus on quality. So focus on foundational skills and catching up through remedial instruction or teaching at the right level. Remove emphasis on standard curriculums that are not suited to the needs of children or where the children are. Teachers are good, but create accountability. We currently have mechanisms of accountability that creates disincentives if you're not performing good. Alternately, we can create positive incentives by creating rewards for better performance. Private schools are doing that, but government schools do not have these mechanisms. Lastly, management is a key component of the education production function. We can leverage that in a better way in this context to improve the quality of education. Finally, alternate schooling models are something that the government can again consider in this context for improving learning opportunities for everyone, even for older populations that have dropped out. So I'll stop there. Use of the extra time that we had available.
Great, thank you, Sabrine. So, thank you very much. So, yes, so the discussion is Stefan. You have 10 minutes. Please go ahead. Oh, Sabrine, please unshare your slides. Are you okay, Stefan?
Can you guys see the slides?
We can hear you and see you, but not the slides.
How about now?
Now it's perfect.
All right. Okay, let me see if I can change. Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Daniel, and thanks, Sabrine, for this presentation. So, your project tries to improve student learning outcomes in Pakistan, and you look at accountability and sort of feedback mechanisms, and you present a nice comprehensive overview of the state of education, including these monitoring and information platforms. Now, I don't have that many things to say, but the first thing here is I thought the evidence base for accountability needs that's really the main issue facing learning or how to improve learning outcomes in Pakistan wasn't so clear to me. So the measures that you talked about, this contact with education department officials, for example, it's very hard to interpret, right? So the fact that they don't have much contact with these department officials might mean that things are running smoothly. There's no need, right? So inspector visits you talked about, that was interesting that they do that rather than rely on self-reported measures. But what we learn in terms of whether accountability is the issue from that's not so clear to me. They also seem to have, what is an active parent-teacher association and how is that supposed to work to improve accountability? I don't think we can learn much from that. The one thing that was surprising to me as well was the teacher attendance that seems quite high, which, if that is true, and as you said, the data come from random visits, that is encouraging, right? So that sort of suggests that maybe accountability or lack of accountability, which you see in other countries where teachers just don't show up, is maybe not such an issue. Okay. Then you took issue with the standard curriculum and that teachers face this accountability pressure to complete the curriculum, and I can see potentially where the problem is. On the other hand, it seems clear to me that there has to be a curriculum. You can't just have teachers teach whatever they want. And if the curriculum is too ambitious, then probably that should be addressed. But the fact that they face some pressure to complete the curriculum, I think that's a good thing. Now, also in terms of how accountability can improve things, I was wondering if you have any data or evidence on what parents are actually asking for. Is the constraint really that parents are saying, oh, the teachers are whatever, lazy, or they're not well trained or whatever it is, either in the class, but they don't teach anything. And that's really what we have to improve. Are parents talking about that? I mean, do we have any evidence on that? I think that will be useful. And then as a next step, if that exists, right? So the question then becomes, what are parents supposed to do with more information that is being provided now, right? So even if you can compare your school average scores to other schools, are you really going to put your kid into another school? I mean, the whole information thing, I think it is much more complicated if you want to make this work. I was thinking, while you were giving the talk, I think in health services, people have been doing this. I think it's what with these report cards, where the community gets together with the service providers and they sort of work out what the contract would be and what the parents expect from the teachers. The teachers explain to them what the issues are, and then they come together and they make up sort of a list of things they should work on. That they mutually agree on, and then after that, hopefully measurable things, and then those things set the standard, and hopefully this can be measured, and teachers can be held accountable against that. But that's much more involved, right? Just providing information doesn't. I don't think it's going to do the trick, or I'm just doubtful about it. Now, you also mentioned this learning crisis, and maybe, but from the statistics that we've seen here, right, is you aggregated the kids 5 to 16-year-olds, and that's just very hard to interpret, right? This is very heterogeneous in terms of age, so maybe this is going to come out clearer if you break it down by grade and age. The other thing is, so when you talk a little bit about the third grade math, this math test score distribution, and I don't doubt that there's room for improvements, but I don't think the standard should be that everybody should be able to do division by the end of grade 3, because some kids sort of not very nice to say, but not every kid might be able to do that, right? So so then the question becomes, what's the benchmark, right? How does that compare to the best school in Pakistan? Not everybody will be able to do that. Okay, so I think it's a little bit more complicated to assess the learning crisis, and I'm pretty sure if you did the same kind of tests, in richer countries, it would be interesting to compare, right? Sure, it's going to be lower, but how much lower? I'm not so sure. Now, my last and maybe most important point is, so you focused on accountability, even though, you acknowledged that there's these supply constraints. So the enrollment hovers around 65% in Pakistan, and you clarified that was primary enrollment. That's a huge gap compared to other countries. So it seems to me from that data, the major issue is supply. Okay, and then you provided data from one province where you emphasized very few middle schools, especially for boys and for girls. But is that province the exception in Pakistan? What are the statistics for other provinces? And as you emphasized, infrastructure quality looks very bad as well in both private and public schools. So there was another aspect of quality that you didn't talk about, which I was surprised about, is the student-teacher ratios, right? So even if there's a school and there's a wall around it and there's a toilet and all that, if the classroom is super crowded, which I guess it is, not sure trying to tinker with accountability is going to do any good, because the teachers just don't have. They're managing, right? There's not much teaching going on if you have, 50 kids in the classroom. And so maybe to conclude with this here, there is evidence, probably there is evidence, from Pakistan itself, from Punjab, where they randomized school level extra funding, and that led to improved learning outcomes in both public and private schools through sort of competition or spillovers. And at least in part, the authors argue that this extra funding was transformed into additional teachers, so that the teacher-student ratio seems to be that seems to be a margin where you can get some improvement. And my worry is just that accountability, yes, sure, it's important, but maybe the primary issue in Pakistan is right now supply. I'm out of time. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. So before I hand over to Sabrin to respond, for those of you in the audience, if you have any questions, please type them in the Q&A box. And yes, so now, Sabrin, please, maybe you can respond to some of the points that Stefan made.
Yes, thank you so much, Savan. This is excellent. Maybe you should just go to the last slide. I will go by slides, or maybe we can go backwards. Absolutely. Supply. I want to, I guess, make two big points here. Supply is a big problem, right? And that might be just a problem that Pakistan is facing, but I think as we move to higher education levels, that other countries are facing too. But for Pakistan, that problem seems to be acute even at the lower levels of lower grades, right? So supply side constraints are acute in this context, yes. The second big point is, right, even for where the supply is not a problem, right, even where children are able to be in school, there are challenges, and maybe that's where accountability comes in. So yes, we need to think about there being a school for the children that are school aged. Pakistan is also a country that has a high population growth rate relative to peer countries or similar income level countries. So the several million children that are being added to the population every year, we need to, ensure that there is a school that those kids can go to. So supply is a constraint, even at the primary level. The schools that are there are lacking in amenities. And so there's another supply constraint. This is some data that I intended to look into, but absolutely, even for children that are in school, what is the supply of teachers or the supply of funding, right? Those are all going to be constraints even for children in school. So there's a whole out of school children that needs to be addressed. Even for children in school, there are supply side constraints that need to be tackled that have nothing to do with accountability. But accountability itself is an additional challenge. And yes, funding in Punjab improved learning outcomes, right? And then I'm going to tie this into the other questions that you had about what data parents have, so on and so forth. Good, thank you. And to one of the points that you had on the slide that we had up just a minute ago, is KPK an exception? It might be. It was the worst, right? It was the worst in terms of the supply of schools. Other provinces do better, but in that case, there's I wanted to put that up because there was such a huge gap and such a lack of school, even at the middle level, at the middle school level, for both genders. Now accountability, right? What I wanted to hopefully sort of come through with the limited data that I've looked at is that there are these mechanisms for accountability, but it's not clear it can change behavior. So yes, teacher attendance seems to be quite high. So that was surprising for me too. This is because working in many developing countries, the sense I had was that teachers just don't show up to school because there's no incentive, right? If you don't show up to school, what's going to happen? Most of these teachers have permanent contracts. They have really cushy positions. If they don't show up to school, it's not clear if they're really going to be penalized. In this case, teachers, so there's something, I guess this is also, I haven't fully understood what is making teachers be there. Maybe these oversight mechanisms ensure that they are in school, but it's not clear if they are, if that account, what we need from these teachers is value added. We need learning to increase for students, right? So I wanted to argue that even when teachers are in school, these mechanisms that are in place maybe ensure that they are there, but once they are there, they are, it's not clear they're contributing, they're putting in the effort or the optimal amount of effort to increase learning. The pressure to complete curriculum is maybe a positive sense because there's some accountability, there's some mechanism in ensuring that they feel the need to complete the curriculum. I guess I need to do a better job of showing that many students are just behind the curriculum, right? So if the standard curriculum for 5th grade is to teach them, let's say, division or like I was arguing, multiplication. Multiplication is repeated addition. And so students in that classroom or if like even 20% of the students in that classroom cannot do addition, there's no way, even with very good teachers that have very good incentives, that they can teach them multiplication if they don't fully understand the foundation behind that mathematical concept, right? So that could be good, but but removing that pressure will allow for room to teach to the level of the children. And there I wanted to argue that maybe more novel, more sort of creative ways to address the learning needs of these children need to be thought of, right? So NGO schools have experimented with various things. For example, pulling out the lagging learners from the classroom and giving them remedial instruction. That seems to work well. Another thing, and I went very quickly over that slide, but many countries in Africa are now doing differentiated learning in the classroom. So for part of the school day, if you're in third grade, and you're behind, you're not according to the curriculum set for third grade, you will sit with second grade students, and there the teacher can then teach according to where you are in terms of ability. And so finding creative ways, given that these schools are also severely challenged in the human capital, human resources that they have, the number of teachers that they have, but just using the teachers that you have to tailor instruction to the level of children is only possible if you remove this kind of focus on finishing the curriculum, right? If you remove that focus, then you can allow for teachers to focus on the learning of the children, right? And value added. The goal is that they learn more in that classroom, and they cannot learn if they don't know the foundational skills. And it's the role of parents. I'm happy that you brought that up, because it's not clear what the demand for information there is. We know from many other studies, many of that are in Latin America, but also in the South Asian context, that once you make information available, it can be useful. So things like report cards for health, like you were talking about, for schools seem to work, right? It's not clear that parents are demanding or communities demanding this information, but if you make that information available, it's useful. And so I wanted to stress that this information is being collected, but there's no mechanism through which it's being made more accessible to the community. And given this other research, we know it can be useful. And so both kind of making this information more accessible to parents to understand the status of the school that their children are going to, and providing them ways to act on this information will could kind of further the accountability mission that these oversight mechanisms are like trying to achieve. So just that we'll collect data and stop there. There's going to be data, right? But we both need the access to this for both policymakers and consumers, and the ability for them to use this data to create change. You had some questions about the learning crisis. Yes, I think what I showed you was too aggregated. So this is something I can do better. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Sabrine. So yeah, go ahead, Stefan.
No, I just want to thank her. All good.
Okay, great. Thanks. So we have one question from the chat that I will read from Sitaram. So as we know, in Pakistan, the share of students who are enrolled in private schools are much higher than in virtually many other countries. So his question is, how does private education affect social inclusion in society? Is there, can you maybe comment on that for a couple of minutes? Thank you.
Yeah, so I try to show you how these private schools are so much better than public schools. They don't have much better teachers. They don't have more qualified teachers. They seem to have slightly better infrastructure, but not really. But the children are better. They're learning more. Their learning levels are much, much higher. If I show you, the English is a very valuable skill. It's hard to teach because even teachers are not very good at it. It has high returns in the labor market. But these English scores are significantly better for children that attend private school. Then that distribution is entirely kind of separate from the distribution of English scores for government schools. So there's two things there, right? The point about social inclusion. So if these schools can get more and more kids, if these schools are actually doing good, right, they are creating more value added, and we can get more children to go to these schools, that would be a good thing. These are fee charging schools. So you might think that they are not that inclusive, right? And you might think this higher score distribution is because richer kids are going to these schools. So that is true, but not by a large margin. It's not that these schools are charging exorbitant fees. These schools are really low-cost private schools, so they're charging nominal fees. And these children are slightly better than the average child that goes to a government school, but not significantly better. Okay, so this exit, so not exit, opposite of that, right? This big entry of private schools in the schooling market and in this context can actually mean good things for equity and inclusion, because these schools, even though they're fee charging, can cater to even lower income levels because their fees are not very high. They just respond better to competition, right? Or to parents' needs, and so they seem to be working better. And so some people have argued, I'm not going to take a very strong stance on it, but more private-public partnerships and maybe vouchers for these schools in order to increase the inclusion, to make these schools accessible to more people, and to sort of fill this gap that the public sector is facing might be a good idea.
Okay, great. So we're out of time. So I would like to thank Sabrine and Stefan again for the presentation and discussing through the three papers. So the chair for this session is Keiko Nowacka, who is a senior social development specialist, gender and development in the Sustainable Development and Climate Change Department at the Asian Development Bank. In this role, Keiko focuses in particular on women entrepreneurship and also promoting the ADB's gender mainstream mandate. Prior to ADB, Keiko led the gender program at the OECD, where she was responsible for the social institutions and gender index. She also has held positions at UNESCO. Keiko has a PhD from the University of Cambridge and is a graduate from the University of Sydney. So Keiko, over to you. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Daniel, and thank you very much to the ADBI for inviting me to moderate this important session on gender equality. And for the next 135 minutes, we'll have the pleasure to hear three very interesting papers and the discussants. So as Daniel said, my name is Keiko Nowacka. I'm in the Gender Equality Division at the Asian Development Bank, where accelerating progress in gender equality is one of our operational priorities. We have been doing quite a lot of work in various sectors, and as Daniel mentioned, I work a lot on women's entrepreneurship, and I also do a lot of different research looking at social norms and how they impact gender equality. So I'm particularly interested in this session. Without much more ado, let me please introduce our first speaker, Professor of Economics at University of Warwick, Sonia Balotra. Sonia Balotra is an applied economist with research interests in the area of skilled creation, early childhood development, and health, including mental health. Her work seeks to understand the role of the family and of the legal and political environment with a very strong focus on gender. So Sonia, I believe that the slides will be shown shortly, and I invite you to put on your video if you can and start your presentation. Thank you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, good. Thank you, Keiko, for that kind introduction, and thank you, Daniel, for inviting me. I apologize that technical difficulties have led to me starting late. So I'm sorry to the entire panel. This is joint work with Damien Clark, a long-standing co-author, and the paper is focused on understanding whether education of both men and women actually has spillovers to health. And we look at maternal and infant mortality, and we're interested in also the level of education that might make the difference. Okay, so Thank you. Somebody's moving the slides for me. So every day, 830 women, these are figures from 2012, I'm afraid, were dying from preventable causes related to pregnancy and childbirth. Maternal mortality, which I abbreviate MMR, in developing countries is now 240 per 100,000 live births, compared with about 16 in developed countries, which illustrates the potential for improvement. It's well known that the proximate causes for maternal mortality include poor reproductive health services and high fertility burdens. So there's a lot of emphasis, for example, the WHO recommendations are regarding the expansion of reproductive health services and the control of teenage fertility. But does policy action need to focus entirely on the supply side, or might education, which I think of as a sort of demand side feature in the context of maternal mortality, might this also play a role? Next slide. So this is just a descriptive picture. Nothing is controlled for, showing you a plot of changes in education against changes in maternal mortality across countries. And you see that there is a clear negative association. So we're interested in whether this association is possibly causal. The next slide, please. So we investigate whether expanding education causally results in lower mortality using quasi-experimental designs. We distinguish the role of female versus male education, and also coming in the next version, female relative to male education, in other words, the gap. We estimate also the extent to which fertility and healthy behaviors are mechanisms that might drive this relationship between education and maternal and infant health outcomes. The next slide. Our main findings are that the probability that a mother dies in childbirth is causally lower the less educated. Sorry, that's wrong. The more educated she is. That's a typo. This finding is robust. We first demonstrated in long panel data for several countries, and then we zoom in on two particular countries, one Zimbabwe in Africa and one Indonesia in Asia, where we're able to exploit exogenous changes in education driven by education reforms. We discovered that the relevant margin is extensive. In other words, moving women from having no education to having at least one. It shouldn't say one here, it should say at least one. Moving women from having 0 to at least 1 year of education makes a big impact, reducing MMR by about 166 per 100,000 live births. There are effects from intensive margin changes, i.e. from increasing education beyond primary and to secondary and so on. So for example, moving years of education from 7 to 8 reduces maternal mortality by 20 per 100,000 live births. These results, when rescaled for the absolute differences in maternal and infant mortality, are actually of similar magnitude for infant mortality. The next slide. So just before I start to take you through the data and the estimation, let me just discuss what we have in mind as likely mechanisms. So education can influence health and therefore survival by conferring efficacy in both the acquisition of and the processing of information. It's also been established that education lowers the demand for children and raises the willingness to use contraception to space births. So both having fewer children and spacing them out contributes to lower maternal mortality. Education can also raise income, and those additional resources to maintain health can be useful for survival. And finally, the ratio of female to male education can influence the bargaining power of women, when men and women disagree over desired fertility. So everything I've written here in the slides is evidenced, like there is research. So we're writing a paper, the paper is still in progress, where we have references in full, but everything here is already established in the literature. It's just this specific relationship between education of the woman and maternal mortality that we think hasn't been identified before. Education and infant mortality has, which is why I talk a little bit more about maternal mortality. In line with these channels that I just went through, there is evidence that education is associated with lower use of substances, risky substances, higher uptake of prenatal care, and a greater willingness to adopt new technology, including new drugs. Okay, the next slide. So that was an introduction. Let me now explain how we go about the estimation. We estimate the following equation using panel data or longitudinal data for 108 countries through the 30 years from 1990 to 2020. In this initial section, I will come to the quasi-experiment subsequently, where we're identifying the impact of education on maternal mortality and similarly infant mortality under panel fixed effects assumptions, also called a two-way fixed effects estimator. So we take out the impact of all common time-varying forces through delta T, which are year fixed effects. We take out country fixed effects through this term psi. And then we include a bunch of time-varying covariates, some of which are actually potential mediators. So we show you the results with and without the mediators. So the full effect is the effect with when the mediators are not in the model, and the attenuated effect is conditional on the mediators. Okay, the next slide. We then look at country-specific reforms. The risk here is that we are challenged on power because we're looking within a country at variation in mortality rates that in absolute terms are small, that are numerically small. The advantage, which is a significant advantage, is that we're able to exploit policy-driven or exogenous changes in education. We look at Zimbabwe, where after independence in 1980, second was extended to Black people. So it's really a reform that's incident at the bottom of the distribution and includes secondary education. We then look at Indonesia, which had a school construction program that many authors have studied before, but nobody's looked specifically at these health outcomes. To the next slide. So in Zimbabwe, we observe a sharp discontinuity in educational attainment between individuals who were 14 and 15 years old in the year 1980 when the reform arrived. So we define as treated individuals who were still of primary school age when the reform set in, and as controlled that those that had completed primary school over 15. This education first stage was previously modeled by, Aguro and Bharadwaj. So the first stage has been tested and tried and published, and it looks like this. It's essentially distanced from age 14. So the younger you are, the more exposed you are to the policy. So it's a continuous treatment. And we include flexible trends in age surrounding the reform. So that gives you the impact of exposure to the reform on education. And then we estimate a second stage where we replace Y is initially education, and in the reduced form of the second stage, Y is maternal mortality, and the rest of the equation looks the same. Next slide, please. In Indonesia, we exploit a school construction program that progressed between 1973 and 1978. It was first analyzed by Esther Duflo in what was her PhD thesis a long time ago. Since then, a number of studies have looked at using this as a shock to education to understand the impact of education on other stuff. For example, a recent paper, what is the impact on migration? So we follow this literature in looking at the impact of education. And again, what we do that's new is mirror that impact on maternal and infant mortality. So the intensity of school construction is measured per 1,000 children, and it's interacted with cohort. And again, as in the case of Zimbabwe, we have continuous measures of exposure. Children are possibly fully exposed if they hadn't started primary school when the school construction program began. But if they were midway, then they're partially exposed. Then the next slide, please. So those were the methods. Now coming to the data sets, we compile maybe I need some guidance on time. I started late. Could I ask how long I have? I can just make sure I stay with it by.
You still have another 12 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we compile a cross-country data set, which contains educational outcomes from Barrow and Lee, MMR data that were published by the WHO, and various controls, including GDP, immunization, fertility, etc., which are from the World Bank and either from the data bank or that we derive from the multi-country DHS. We first present panel results for the global set of countries and then break down by continent. For the country-specific estimates, we rely entirely on the DHS. We measure maternal mortality ourselves using what is called the sisterhood method. So in the DHS, every woman, every female respondent is asked if she had sisters, when they were born and when they died, and if they died, why they died. And one of the categories for cause of death is causes. So we're able to create maternal mortality in the DHS. And this is useful because it gives us sub-region variation, which the published WHO data don't. So we can work within countries with the quasi-experiments. So the next slides, please. Could I have the next slide? Thank you. So now when we do the policy experiments in Zimbabwe and Indonesia, sorry, if we could go back one slide. Yeah, this one. When we do the policy experiments in the two countries, we need to measure exposure. Sorry, if we could stay there a minute. The previous slide. We could go back one slide. Yeah. So we need to measure exposure of the next one. Yeah, if we could just stay here for a second, just to say, maybe those who are in the business already know what I mean, but the idea is to measure exposure. In the panel setting, we basically have calendar time. In the policy experimental setting, we use cohorts. So it's a different, we're not using calendar time, we're using birth cohorts. I think maybe that's all I really need to explain. I can take questions if it's unclear. This is cohort. A cohort is a birth cohort. And your exposure to the reform, and then also your maternal mortality is measured over the life cycle for a cohort. Okay, down to the next slide, please. I think I'm going to skip the descriptive stats because I have a bit more on the numbers for these countries later. If I could have the next slide. Okay, so these are the two case studies, and these are averages for the outcomes that we study in the 5-year period before and after the reform. So for example, you can see that, remember the reform in Indonesia was in the early 70s, and in Zimbabwe it was in 1980. So the reason that Indonesia doesn't look as far ahead of Zimbabwe as it should is that it's about 7 years earlier. The information, the reform was 7 years earlier. But this is just to tell you the broad statistics. Clearly for maternal mortality and infant mortality, clearly for maternal mortality, Indonesia is doing better, even 7 years ahead, even 7 years before Zimbabwe. But in maternal mortality, it's not. The share of children in primary and secondary education is very far off 100. I think maybe this is all we need from this table. We could go to the next table. Okay. So these are the cross-country results showing you the dependent variable here is always the maternal mortality ratio. Excuse me. On the right-hand side, we have the percentage of women in primary, secondary, and tertiary education. And we control for potential mediators gradually. So in the first column, we have the full effects of education. And what we see is that all levels of education matter, but the marginal effect is slightly larger for primary education. So basic education is causally related, well, conditionally causally related to maternal mortality. And when you add the potential mediators as you go from column 5 to column 8, the impact attenuates from about 10 to about 7 percentage points. Okay, if we could go to the next slide. In this slide, we basically added male education to show you that basically male education at the primary level appears somewhat counterintuitively to have a positive effect. I'm not sure we should read anything into it, but nowhere is there a significant negative effect of male education. I was surprised by this. I thought that educating men would benefit MMR because men are still quite prominent, for example, in policy making. And I would imagine that educated men in policy making would make decisions that are more sort of female friendly or health friendly, but it seems not to be the case. So I think it's very striking that education for women does and education for men does not lower maternal mortality. And the next slide, please. So this is actually the coefficients from a regression very similar to the one I showed you, but now we've focusing on women. We've broken down the education enrollment rate by age, because this varies a lot by cohort. So the cohort is in the time series, and these are the share of women. So these are the coefficients for the share of women aged 20 to 24, 25 to 29, and so on, that have primary education. So just isolating primary education, you see a clear gradient with age, consistent with the notion that young women need to be educated for this causal effect to take hold. So it's the women having birth for whom education appears to play a significant role. The next slide, please. So I could have shown you a bunch of tables, but because maps are always prettier, we estimated the regressions I showed you for each continent, but rather than show you the tables, we put the coefficients in a legend here on the lower right, sorry, on the lower left. And we've color-coded the map, so you can see that the largest effects are in Asia. The largest effects appear to be in Africa. Sorry, I'm wrong. The largest effects are the yellow, which is Africa, and next in Asia. So sort of as you'd expect, where the baseline rates are higher, the marginal impact of education is also higher. The next slide, please. So this is just breaking up the countries by income group. It tells you more or less the same as income. So maybe in the next slide, because I think I'm moving too slowly for my time. So these are now similar results for infant mortality. And what you see is here that tertiary education is has an attenuated impact once you condition upon controls, but primary and secondary education have solid, robust impacts, even conditioned on the mediators. The next slide, please. Could we switch? Yeah. Now this is infant mortality again, but including male education rates along with female education rates. And it's very similar to maternal mortality. There is nothing from male education. I should also just remind you that if you rescale by the baseline rates of infant mortality, which I've done manually, then the scaled impacts of education on infant and maternal mortality are quite similar. And the next slide, please. Okay, so I hope I have time to quickly show you the case studies, because the case studies are better identified in causal terms. So these are just descriptive trends. They aren't analysis. So they show you how education and maternal mortality evolved over time for cohorts with below median exposure in red and above median exposure in blue, where exposure is to the school building program. So you see that education, of course, improved more quickly and maternal mortality was lower, consistent with our hypothesis, but this is just descriptive. So the next slide, please. Okay, so this is the regression that I described. Sorry, well, maybe I haven't described. This is a difference in difference model interacting exposure to the education reform with the intensity, which is regional. So the construction intensity is a regional variable and exposure is based on birth cohort. So this is a DID model, which shows you that, as previous work has already shown, the school building program had large impacts on primary education. We find that full exposure had a significant impact on maternal mortality. And although the coefficient is negative, it actually did not have an impact on infant mortality. And we think that this is because the level of infant mortality had already declined to a level where possibly primary education wasn't going to make a difference. And the next
sorry,
slide,
Sonia,
please.
just to let you know that you've out of time actually, so if you could possibly wrap up.
Right. Okay, yeah, if you'll help me to move the slides also quite quickly. This is the event study showing you the first stage. So it just shows you that the school construction program led, there were no pre-trends, and then there was a sharp increase in education. The next slide, please. Now, this is the event study for maternal mortality. And looking at this, I would have thought there is basically no impact because some of these confidence intervals overlap the zero line. But I guess if you look across, there are enough confidence intervals that lie entirely below the zero line. And I showed you the two-way fixed effects regression model, which summarizes these. So to the right of the red line are the post-school construction program coefficients, and they're all negative, and they collapse into that minus 0.92 I showed you earlier. But in the interests of time, the next slide, please. Okay, this is a similar picture for child mortality where the confidence intervals all overlap the zero line, and we saw there was no impact on infant mortality. Could I have the next slide, please? Now, this is Zimbabwe, where the reform was national, so there's no regional variation, and we simply look at a pre and post. But you see a very sharp upward shift in education because it was a law passed in a given year, unlike the Indonesian program, which was a gradual construction. The next slide, please. And I should, if the slides move, I should wrap up in 2 minutes. Maternal mortality, and you see maternal mortality actually showing a slight rise until the dotted line, which measures exposure to the reform. The reform was in 1980, but if you were born in 1966 onwards, you were exposed. You see a sharp drop in maternal mortality. And the next slide, please. So these are the cohort trends put together on one page, but just showing you essentially what I have before. So the next slide, please. I'm just conscious of time. This is the regression equivalent for Zimbabwe, and it shows you significant impacts on education and maternal deaths. And the next slide, please. Okay, so this is a summary. You can cut me off when you need to, Keiko, but I have one slide with final conclusions. But here what we tried to do, which I guess is the most I also have a slide on sustainable development goals. I'm not sure what's most helpful to the audience. I'm happy to send the slides around and there will be a paper. But here we were trying to put the numbers into perspective, but I think we don't have time for this. So if we go to the next slide. I thought the mechanisms were important. We found some evidence that the impact of education so where women have more education, especially relative to their partners, they're able to negotiate lower fertility. And this appears to be one of the mechanisms in our setting that drives the lower maternal mortality. Because I think this has been discussed but not shown on a large scale, I wanted to flag this today. But the next slide, please. I thought I was almost done.
Sorry, I think we really have to close because we're running quite behind time. But as you said, hopefully these slides can be shared with all the registered participants. And in any case, we'll have an opportunity to discuss this a little bit more with the discussant, who will be Daniel, the ADBI Research Fellow. So Daniel Suryadama. So thank you so much. I also have some questions, but we're going to have Q&A after the
Sorry, Keiko. The discussant is not me, it's another Daniel.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, I'm sorry. My apologies. I have an out-of-date agenda, I think. So may I then ask the discussant to come on the screen? We can stop sharing this PowerPoint.
Hi, Keiko. I'm here.
Hi, Sonia. Thank you for the
Hi.
presentation.
Hi, Daniel. Sorry about that. Daniel Halim, sorry about this. So you
No
have 10
worries.
minutes. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm projecting my screen now. Hopefully, you can see my screen now. Yeah, can you see it? Okay, great. Thank you. So Sonia, thank you very much for the excellent presentation. I think that was really well motivated. You provided a lot of interesting context as well regarding maternal mortality and why it's important. Let me just start with just painting how important this paper actually is, and to speak more about the importance of and the lively debate around the causality between education and health. This education and health are closely interlinked. There are different directions as to like how health will influence education and vice versa, how education will influence health. And this work is an ambitious effort to somewhat untangle the direction of causality on specific outcome of health, which is maternal mortality. But we can think, for example, on how health influences education. For example, let's say healthier babies, they're more likely to survive, then they can accumulate education. And when healthy individuals, they can also stay longer in school. And then, from the education to health side, education improves efficiency of health inputs, it improves knowledge, raises income, all of the things that Sonia had mentioned earlier in her presentation. And the debate between like whether it's causal or not has been very, very challenging. And this paper is really trying to address that. And it's I just want to applaud the team, Sonia and Damien, for addressing this question head on. So with that, let me just go summarize this paper very briefly. This paper is trying to look at whether there's any causal impact of education in reducing maternal mortality, and they're trying to do it in through different methodologies. The first one is using a cross-country panel data with fixed effects model. And then a second one is an in-depth study on countries with policy experiments, expanding education. And before I continue, I just wanted to say that I had reviewed the earlier version of the slide, so some of my comments are reflective of that instead of the new one, but I'll try to comment on some of the new results as well. So I just want to start off with saying the many things that I like about the paper, aside from the question itself, that's very important. I really like these two graphs. The first one, the left one, I think it's a very, very illuminating graph, and this is also informative for future research on this topic. It can provide useful age group variation that in the future can be used for some kind of instruments, or if you want to do a cohort comparison. This study suggests the effect is more pronounced in the younger age groups, and so you can compare the young and then the old age groups for future studies. And the second thing I really like about this paper is really just looking at the raw data. There's already a clear pattern, and without looking at fancy econometrics, you can actually see the result being presented in the raw data, and that's actually very powerful as well. So let me go to the questions and comments, and I list them here, but I'm going to go through them one by one. So the first one is on the interpretation of the results, and in Sonia's presentation, there's one bullet point or two bullet points that suggest that the effects are more on the extensive margin, not the intensive margin. It's more from going to 0 to 1 of years of education, not from 6 to 7, for example. But the question to me, and maybe this is just because I didn't have the full methodology presented, is how can we disentangle and differentiate extensive versus intensive margin from nonlinear effect or potentially diminishing marginal effect as you go on to higher levels of education. Another extensive margin effect that may be relevant as well is it a sheepskin effect or is it a years of education effect? And how do we know whether the effect is more on the 0 to 1 or is it from completing primary education? So the effect of having the diploma of primary or secondary or high school is the one that actually matters. So that's the first question. Moving on to the second question, and I think this is to Sonia's point about like the mechanisms, which I thought was really, really interesting. The paper managed to disentangle, very importantly, these dimensions of intra-household bargaining and the role of female education on its own. So the paper argues that it's really the intra-household bargaining that improves or reduces the maternal mortality. Now, in Sonia's motivation, she also mentions about the other channels through which education can affect maternal mortality. For example, through information or this lowering the demand for children and spacing births, and then raising income. So the question is it possible to explore these other mechanisms, or are these already in plans? And maybe we'll look forward to those results in the near future. Okay, so the third one. So this is specific to the cross-country results, and the question relates to similar to the mechanism as well. Whether it's possible that education also increases practices or uptakes of practices of good, healthy behaviors. For example, of going for regular medical checkups, or reduce smoking, or better utilization of healthcare services, which would improve the general health outcomes of mothers, not necessarily during pregnancy itself. So are these some things that can be potentially controlled as well in the regression, or are these potential conflates the estimates? So for example, I highlighted some of the indicators that have been controlled are relevant fertility behaviors or medical services that are provided during births, but potentially we can also add some other indicators as well. Now, another thing that was interesting, or at least stood up for me in this in the result, is this control on immunization. It's a very strongly correlate to maternal mortality, and the way I understand it, immunization would be more effective at the infant level. So the fact that it's also affecting maternal mortality, is this capturing something else, or is this a proxy for something else that may be not observed in the data? Okay, and similar to that, the question I have on education variables that are being used. So this variable, for example, the share of population who are primary educated, what is the relevant population age group? Is this going to capture the education of the flow or the stock of the population? So if you're looking at, let's say, the education of 15 to 64, right? Then it's capturing the stock of population, not necessarily just the education of the fertile age population. And will this be a potential bias that's somewhat conflating the estimates? So one of the potential bias, for example, is, which I don't think that is going to be a problem, but maybe it would be good if you can elaborate more on this, whether there's going to be a positive selection of higher educated mothers surviving that will eventually affect the average education rate. Maybe this is too small, so maybe it's not a point of concern, but I'll just leave it there. And so this is a minor clarifying question. When I look at the table, I wasn't very clear what the difference between column 1, 2, 3, but maybe the tables in the paper would actually have more details. And I would just like to add one more point that's coming from the new results from Indonesia. So I've worked a little bit on this policy experiment as well, and one of the points that have been raised is there was also a rollout of family planning clinics in Indonesia during 1970s and 1980s, and the timing somewhat coincides with the rollout of the school construction program. And as to the first paper, maybe the role of family planning clinics are not directly relevant for the outcome, which is years of education or earnings, but then for this specific question on maternal mortality and infant mortality, the family planning clinics are potentially going to play a more important role on the outcomes. And so what are the potential ways of trying to disentangle these two effects? So let me stop there and just want to thank you again for the very interesting presentation and very interesting topic.
Thank you so much, Daniel. And apologies for getting the wrong Daniel in the introduction. I actually had a very similar question. We are a little bit out of time for Q&A, so we only have time for, I think, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, maybe one question, and then we'll ask Dr. Balotra to possibly respond in the Q&A. Do I see any hands up? Okay, so we have one question. What sort of human capital, if any, is driving the large returns to basic education effect on MMR? Is it literacy gains from schooling or socialization? I ask because of the new evidence on massification of low quality schooling of the MDG and SDG era. So today one needs beyond primary schooling to acquire basic literacy skills. That's one question that possibly, because in the interest of time, you might want to put some answers in the Q&A. I also was really struck by what Daniel said about the expansion then of different family kind of clinics, and how do you disentangle all of that? Also age at first birth in Indonesia. I mean, I'll talk about Southeast Asia, which is the area I know a bit more, as I'm based in the Philippines, but in Indonesia, that you would have a younger age at first birth, and that how do you differentiate between the different births? Are you able to do that? Because there was a large study published, I think this year in Indonesia, about iron deficiency among women, and a lot of that has to do with obviously the younger that they have their first child, the more likely they have more children, even though the fertility rate in Indonesia is relatively low by Southeast Asian standards. But what effect does that have on maternal health and some of these other issues? And did you also look into the quality of the education? And so it's a little bit linked to that last question, but what are the women studying? Does that make a difference? What sectors are they focusing on? And does that also have any other impact? So a couple of questions on my end, and one question there, and possibly we can ask our, well, we have 1 minute left if you wanted to quickly answer any of those questions.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Daniel, for that excellent discussion. And thank you, Keiko, for your questions as well. Maybe the most important thing to say is that this is still in progress, and we are working on some of the things you said. So we're already thinking of looking more non-parametrically at years of education, because we think there's a jump from having none to having at least one, but then there's an attenuation. It's not clear how non-linear. I think your point about positive selection of surviving mothers is important. It's something we've addressed in previous work where we've studied maternal mortality. And we think we have the trick to do it, which is essentially using the sisters in the DHS to do a correction and to replace, to kind of bound the estimates by replacing the women that did not survive. About the family planning clinic rollout in Indonesia, that's a really helpful comment, because I didn't know. And it's obviously a very clear confounder. So if anybody in the audience knows where I can get the data on the rollout of those family planning clinics, that would save me some time. But I didn't know about the program, so I'd have to start from scratch and try to source the data to control for that. But about the age of women, it's really important. And we have a lot more to do on mechanisms. So one of the mechanisms would be reducing teen births, or reducing or raising age at first birth. But so that would be a mechanism, but also in a sort of more static sense, we are looking consistently at differences in coefficients by age and by parity.
Thank you so much. I'm sure that there will be a lot more questions, and perhaps continue, if you have other questions, to put them in the chat, and then maybe Professor Balotra can answer those in writing. I now have the pleasure to invite Alice Evans, visiting professor at the Monk School at the University of Toronto and a senior lecturer at the Department of International Development at King's College London. She's already on screen, so you have 20 minutes. Thank you so much, Alice Evans.
Okay, thank you. And hi, everyone. It's a real pleasure to join you all wherever you are in the world. So my interest, so I'm currently writing a book called The Great Gender Divergence, which is about how the entire world has become more gender equal and why some countries are more gender equal than others. And what I find most fascinating in this entire research is the divergence between East Asia and South Asia. Because if you look at their starting points in 1900, both countries were patrilineal, patriarchal, women were largely oppressed and unfree. You know, they were in arranged marriages, married early, had very little say, very little autonomy. And most importantly, male honor, family honor was contingent on female seclusion. So women were ideally hidden away in the inner quarters. So they might work in family farms, but not mix and mingle in public city streets. But this has massively changed across East Asia, in China, or in Korea. We now see huge progress towards gender equality, far greater support for gender equality, far greater freedoms and status for women. Whereas South Asia, all nationally representative indicators show enormous persistence. Young men are no more gender equal than their grandfathers. So we'd see very, very little change across South Asia. So the big question is why? What has happened? And my answer is both cultural and economic. So East Asians had a slightly weaker preference for female seclusion. They were more willing to exploit women's work in response to new job opportunities. Moreover is economic. So East Asia industrialized at a time where using relatively labor-intensive methods, you could be globally competitive. And so that timing of the level of technology meant massive labor demand, huge job creating economic growth that drew women into the public sphere. So women started to undertake paid work in the public sphere, and through that they demonstrated their valued competencies in prestigious positions. They gained status, they gained freedoms, they gained autonomy, they gained liberation from their parents. They also gained respect through filial piety. So I think there's an enormous insight that's relevant for the entire world about the power of job creating economic growth, because you've got two very similar starting points and then this massive difference. So I want to talk.
Sorry to quickly interrupt. Did you want to show your slides, or did you want?
I thought you had them, so I was automatically showing them. I apologize. I did not appreciate the system. I thought because I'd sent them in, you all had them. If you would like pictures as well as my face, I have pictures.
Yes, both would be lovely.
Apologies for people who wanted pictures beyond my face. I can bring out pictures in a minute. Okay, so what I will do, okay, I've got it here. Share screen. Will it have my face as well?
You have both.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. Okay, are we up and running?
Yes, almost. I think we can see your screen, we can see the PowerPoint, but it's not yet in slideshow.
Yes, I just selected it. Ready,
perfect on our end.
Thank you. Okay, groovy. Oh yes, so this is a nice picture. So this is, this is female share of labor income across the world. So this is a calculation. This is calculated by both the gender pay gap and female share of employment. So in India, because female employment is female labor force participation is so low, it's 20%. And of that, most of those women are just in unpaid work on family farms. Women are not earning much of national labor income at all, right? So these two regions are so enormously different. In Pakistan, it's even more stark. Okay, so as I was saying, these are two similar starting points. So this is a map of kinship formation. So dark blue means patrilineal. So patrilineal means that sons inherit the family lands, they continue the lineage, and they, worship the ancestors. So both South Asia and East Asia were overwhelmingly patrilineal. And so sons were preferred, sons were revered, people invested in sons, education in sons was much, much higher. Sons were treated, India's like Raja Beta, the little princes, they're celebrated, they have all the resources, the land, the wealth, whereas daughters are sort of, kicked out upon puberty across in India in 1930, the average female age of marriage was around 13. Right, so these are both. If we look at Chinese records, if there was a famine or a flood, the girls would be aborted or given up to work as domestic servants or even in prostitution. So there was a really terrible treatment of young girls. When there were famines in Madras and Punjab, girls were more likely to die. So these are regions that were extremely, extremely gender unequal. Another example would be foot binding across North China and West China. So these are in Korea, the Yangban elites. We have pictures that the Yangban used to veil. So that is indicating a preference for female seclusion. So this is a general idea that these two regions, they're caught in what I call the patrilineal trap. That is, because male honor is contingent on female seclusion, no family wants to be the first to let their daughter go and work. Because if she goes off to the town to work, then people might start thinking, well, who was she associating with? Was she having an affair? Is there some kind of possibility? Maybe she's not so chaste. Maybe she's not so pure. And people start spreading these rumors. That's bad for the entire family image. And then that jeopardizes your status in valuable networks of kinship. You lose respect, you lose face, you lose honor. So no family wants to be the first to go at it alone. So that creates a collective action problem whereby all daughters stay close to the home. They might work in family farms, but really not so much going to towns and cities. I mean, there were exceptions like Shanghai. You did see more women in public city streets. But for the most part, especially more so in northern China and northern South Asia, women stayed very close to the home. So their families are facing what I call the honor-income trade-off. So families need to weigh up their preference for honor versus their preference for income. Because the more that you privilege honor, then the less income you can get by exploiting female labor, right? If you just want honor, then you keep women close to the home and there's very little labor power you can get out of that. But if you want money, then you send them off to work and you forfeit their honor. So what I find globally is that in order to overcome this honor-income trade-off, the available female earnings need to be high enough that they compensate for the loss of male honor. So when you have high job creating economic growth, then you have, then families are willing to let their daughters go to work. So that is the honor-income trade-off. So you're in the patrilineal trap where you don't want to deviate, where you want your daughters close to home, but when you have job creating economic growth, then you overcome that. That's the key insight. That's the key insight, and it needs to be done. And job growth needs to be so high that it happens for everyone, all at once. Okay. Yes, this is the Yangbang elite woman in Korea in her Changot, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Okay, so India, as I was saying, there was a slight cultural difference between South Asia and East Asia in that the mean female age of marriage in India was lower than East Asia. So what this indicates is that in South Asia, so South Asians were heavily reliant on jati. This was their kinship. So South Asians mitigated precarity and insecurity through reliance on their jati, through reliance on their caste networks. And marriage is a linchpin of the caste network. By marrying your daughter into a community of your jati, you're building trust within that community. And this was overseen by a network, by a group of male elders, the caste panchayat, who would police and punish anyone who married outside caste. So they would be outcast. So there were strong social sanctions for if you did not comply with this, because if your family was outcast, then you would lose all your sources of mutual insurance, trade, etc. So girls were married very young to ensure purity, and this was prepubescent marriage was common with the Brahmin, the upper caste. So as you can see here, there was some variation. So for example, in Kerala, the mean age of marriage was a bit higher, but this is still much, much lower than East Asia. You know, in Japan, it was like over 20. In China, at the same time, it was about 18. So that indicates a weaker preference for female seclusion. Oh yes, here is the Brahmin prepubescent marriage. Okay, so how did East Asia overcome this patrilineal trap? Through job creating economic growth. And it's not just about, so it's not about economic growth per se, it's about economic growth that generates jobs. And so the fundamental feature of East Asian economic growth is it got seriously, seriously lucky at the level of technology. Because if you go back to Britain 100 years ago, we actually didn't see such a steep rise in female employment, nor in the USA, because they didn't have so much labor-saving domestic appliances at home, right? When men were going out to the workforce, to the factories, women were still having lots of kids. They were still doing a lot of housework, keeping those houses clean in filthy slums. But East Asian women, they could buy washing machines, they could buy microwaves, they could buy labor-saving domestic appliances that enabled them to work full-time. There were also contraceptives. South Korea had one of the fastest drops in fertility in the world because contraceptives were already available. So the technological frontier was far more advanced, enabling women to dedicate more time to the workforce. On top of that, in the public sphere, the technology was not so advanced that labor wasn't needed at all. It's not like today where robots can do the work of 50 sewing workers, right? You still needed laborers. So if we look at this electronics factory in Taiwan, you know, by today's technology, maybe a couple of machines could do all this. That was not the case in the 1970s. You needed labor. You needed labor. So women could free themselves up from the home life, and they were globally competitive. So as I'm sure you all know, the key point about East Asian economic growth is that you had high skills at low wages. So in terms of global competition, this was a very skilled workforce that was also very cheap. And that was in part due to the cheap price of food in urban areas. So you had this cheap skilled workforce, and you had that was complementing technology. So boom. When factory recruiters went to the villages, they they needed laborers, and the farmers, and it was fathers who signed the labor contracts, not daughters. So daughters did not have that autonomy to sign the labor contracts themselves. It was fathers. So fathers, were desperately poor rural fathers said, yes, you can take my daughter to the city, you can take my daughter to the factory, because all the other daughters were doing it. In Japan, in Korea, in China, it became totally normal for your daughter to go out to work. That became totally normal, totally socially accepted. So because the labor demand was so high for everyone, there was no worry that other people would judge you, because everyone was doing it too. And then when daughters went to cities, they mixed, they mingled, they found new friends, they started sharing ideas, they started dating independently, they started choosing their own husbands. Some of them in Korea may have joined labor protests or organized or built solidarity with other women. So it's this process of going to cities and going to cities, one, gave independence. It also raised women's status because it enabled them to show filial piety. Now, across East Asia, there is and was strong son preference. So even if daughters were sending back more money to their parents than their brothers, the sons were still preferred and given better treatment and given more money. So in China, on social media today, there is a discourse about selfless sisters, these daughters who send the money home, yet they're still treated worse. But even if sons were treated better, as Chinese parents, for example, increasingly have one child, and when they have a daughter, they become heavily reliant on that daughter to provide for them in old age. So China now has an aging crisis, whereby, you know, you've got a large and growing elderly population that is increasingly reliant on that one child to provide for them, to give them the social security that they need. And because female employment is already normalized, Chinese parents are now preparing their daughters to be economically independent. So this is an enormous change, because previously a Chinese daughter would be socialized to marry into another family, obey them, submit to those in-laws, and service that other family. So that socialization was all about serving, obeying those people, fitting in with those people. That's very important for her mindset. And that's still the case in India today. So there's a book called Chup, which means be quiet, shush, in India. And it's all about girl socialization in India. You don't see that in China today, because girls are now socialized to be more like sons. You know, if you want your daughter to provide for you in old age, you want her to be economically independent. You want her to have a career, and you want her to stay loyal to you. So you still have those Confucian ideas of filial loyalty and filial piety, but it's directly to your parents rather than being socialized to serve and obey diagonally, another set of in-laws. So that's a very important shift in socialization. There's also important heterogeneity across East Asia. So South Korea and Japan have very large gender pay gaps. And I suggest this comes back to my fundamental thesis about job creating economic growth. So South Korea has the world's highest density of industrial robots. This is because, I believe, South Korea's growth primarily comes from manufacturing, and manufacturing is its most productive sector, and it has maintained global competitiveness through robotization. And if you have more robots, then you're reducing your local demand for labor. So rather than needing lots and lots of male workers in manufacturing, it doesn't need so many workers. So some of those men go into services, and and services in Korea are not that productive. So you're displacing demand for women. So I think South Korea and Japan, because of their high robotization, that reduces the demand for women. So because South Korea and Japan have an abundance of skilled, educated men, companies can still be productive even if they discriminate. You know, there are so many brilliant, skilled South Korean and Japanese men that companies can just hire them and forget about the women. So they can continue with their patriarchal, sexist preferences. You can ignore the women, forget about the women, and just hire lots of skilled men. Moreover, you can reward men with patriarchy, you know, giving them authority over female graduates. Politics is also important. Obviously, in China, there's massive totalitarian surveillance and repression of feminist activism. But if you look at, there is still an emerging feminist consciousness. If you look at social media apps like Little Red Book, you see lots of women speaking out, decrying inequalities, supporting each other. There's this hashtag in China called Girls Help Girls. So there's a very strong emerging feminist consciousness in a country where about 60% of university-age people are now in university. Okay, so that's East Asia overcoming the patrilineal trap, very briefly. So I'm saying this very, very briefly. Of course, there's lots of heterogeneity and nuance that we can discuss later. Meanwhile, South Asia has not seen that job-creating economic growth. It has massively. So if you look at, so South Asia's growth has not generated many jobs. 65% of people in South Asia are still in the villages. Even in urban areas, even in towns and cities, the overwhelming majority are in informal, insecure employment. So they remain heavily reliant on their jati. They remain heavily reliant on social approval, and they don't want to step out of line. So, for example, even when Bihari migrants go to Kolkata for work, maybe to be an auto rickshaw driver, they're still worried about family honor, family name. They're still worried that they may lose respect if their wives work in towns or cities, or if there are any kind of rumors. So across North India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, women are heavily policed. Pakistan's garment industry is only 28% female. So you have this much stronger, so there's a strong idealization of female seclusion. And moreover, the job growth is just not high enough to compensate for that pre-existing preference for female seclusion. And so this is then reinforced, you know, if wages are so paltry, it's just not worth it, right? So if a guy gets respect from being a breadwinner, for providing for his family and keeping his wife at home, then if her earnings are so meager, why forego that, right? And this is reinforced through socialization. So if in India, the mother is heavily dependent on her son to provide for her in her old age. So she looks after him, she cherishes him as the Raja Beta. She is at home looking after him, hand feeding him laddu. So he then becomes socialized to expect female subservience and female care. He then wants to have a wife who is also a housewife to give him the proper care. So in Delhi, a woman without a job will receive fewer matrimonial offers. So then the city streets become men's turf. So it's men who go out and work, and men see each other as responsible providers, and women are out of place. You know, the city streets are not safe for women, they're not appropriate for women, so men continue to lecture with impunity. And faced with endemic sexual harassment and fears about that harassment, families police their daughters with strong paternalistic protections. Even when there are factories, Foxconn factories in southern India, you know, they make arrangements with the parents. We won't let the girls out after 6 p.m. We're going to impose all these curfews because their parents are so worried. And then, you know, women continue to go along with this because they continue to be shamed, you know, that marriage is celebrated as the greatest possible thing. Divorce is totally condemned because, to go back to it, you know, marriages are the linchpin of the kinship system. So as long as families are incredibly precarious, as long as one wrong move will send you plummeting to the bottom, families rely on their kin. And how do you rely on your kin? You lock in these marriages. So girls are socialized to submit to their in-laws, to obey them at all costs, do whatever they need to do to keep those marriages strong. So even if they're abused, even if they're beaten, even if there's some kind of psychological, women will still stay in those marriages. Divorce rates are very low, and no matter what the Indian government does in terms of introducing female police officers, that doesn't really change people's behavior because women have been socialized to stay in those marriages. And moreover, the job growth is so weak that however much a Dalit woman is abused in the villages, what are her exit options? Her exit options are very terrible. So to wrap it all up, the big story is that South Asia and East Asia were once very patriarchal, but East Asia has overcome this because of job-creating economic growth. And India remains in that patrilineal trap because the available earnings for women do not compensate for the loss of male honor. And the big insight for, I think, the entire Asia region is about the importance of creating jobs. Jobs. Nothing else matters as much. Everything else is a distraction, in my opinion. If you look from the historical record, I don't think that's my opinion. It's from the historical record, we see that there is the most important thing is to create jobs. Okay, thank you very much. I had other slides, but clearly I decided not to. Oh, yes, I had other slides like this. Yes, there we go. Fine. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Alice. I'll now invite the discussants, Umi Bhattacharya, who's a research lead at Inclusion Economics India Center at IFMR India. You have 10 minutes.
Hi, can everybody see my full screen mode?
Yes, perfect.
Great. So thank you everyone for joining in, and it's indeed an honor and pleasure to be a discussant for Dr. Alice Evans' work on how did East Asia overtake South Asia, and very much looking forward to reading that book. I'm an economist by training, so a lot of my kind of observations come from that perspective, and I hope I'm forgiven for that. So in terms of what I'm going to talk today about is summarize the key insights or conclusions from the paper, highlight what's novel about the paper, and offer some suggestions to include, but I'm sure most of them are already kind of being considered in the book. So as Dr. Evans quite eloquently put it, East Asia and South Asia were at comparable levels of gender equality. Both were patrilineal and patrilocal at the turn of the 20th century. But if we look at gender empowerment levels, or what we call female labor force participation, they are widely different. South Asia, East Asia being high, and South Asia kind of being even lower. And the question is why? And very insightfully, she kind of talks about two things, and I'm going to use econ jargon here a bit. So one is what we call initial conditions, right? Before any transformation has taken place, are there kind of initial conditions which make it plausible for the two regions to kind of go around on different trajectories? And here, I think the focus is in the work, the focus is more on preferences on women's seclusion and exploitation of women's work. And she argues that East Asia had a slightly greater preference for exploiting women's labor to increase household income, whereas South Asia, for historical reasons, had a greater preference for women's seclusion, kind of stemming from preserving women's purity and so on and so forth. And then we have what we call the change, right, which is the transformation, which is in structural transformation, industrialization. These are all used interchangeably, but basically it's well understood that every country goes through kind of several changes. Everybody starts off more or less as an agrarian society, then kind of moves into industrialized or manufacturing, and then eventually service sector. Of course, the experience varies not just between regions, but also countries within regions. And even if you're talking about a big country like China or India, there is quite a bit of variation within the country as well. But the key thing is that because of the structural change is big enough, where it just pulls kind of women from the rural areas to the cities to be a part of the workforce. What happens when these initial conditions interact with these big changes? So, and argues that in East Asia, for example, the faster pace of industrialization, and I would argue the nature of the industrialization, and the preference for exploiting women's labor to augment household income, they kind of worked in the similar direction to improve women's labor force participation, and consequently put them on these, start of these virtual cycles where kind of women work and they mingle outside their kinship networks and kind of find solidarity and kind of continues to grow and empower themselves, despite the societies largely perhaps still being patrilineal. Whereas in South Asia, it kind of worked in the opposite direction, where the rate of industrialization, and I would again argue the nature of industrialization, was very different and too slow, and this was not sufficient to overcome the strong preference for women's seclusion. So this, to me, was kind of the key insight of the paper. And what I found very novel about this research, and indeed about Dr. Alice Evans' work in general, is that it provides a very strong narrative framework for this income honor trap. And it draws from multiple sources. So excerpts from historical texts, religious texts, quantitative studies, micro studies, to kind of understand how small deviations in preference, when interact with large structural shocks, can put them on dramatically different paths. And in this context, I would like to kind of mention a quantitative exposition of the same by Klassen, where he and his co-authors actually kind of break this down and quantitatively model it and find kind of similar persistent effects of initial conditions. The other thing I want to kind of say is that even though this was kind of not maybe the key insight of the paper, but what I found personally very revealing was that the role of women networks beyond their kins and how that can promote women's solidarity, open up professional doors, help them kind of take decisions independent of the household members, and how that can be truly empowering. I think there's a lot of literature coming out which actually speaks to the role of that and how rural women, especially, for example, in South Asia, where I come from, may not actually have access to those networks if they're trying to kind of empower themselves or find jobs and things like that. So some suggestions. I think one of the things that I wanted to talk about was how are we measure when we say that something was divergent or convergent, what's kind of the starting point? And in this paper, it kind of looks at the turn of the 20th century. So maybe, from early 1900s. But I think it would be great to, it wasn't actually clear to me if, in fact, in the early 1900s, East Asia and South Asia were at comparable levels of gender equality. I think age at marriage for women is a very good indicator of that. And, in Japan and China, that being 18, 17, and India, that being 11 and 12, in other, that to me is quite a big difference right off the bat. So the question is, did it start diverging from that point? Was it already diverging from far before? I think it would be helpful to know that. And the other thing was that, how are we distinguishing between preference from seclusion and preference for exploitation of women's labor pre kind of structural change? Because, I think otherwise we get into issues around reverse causality. Then I think the question is of timelines, because we are here talking about literally maybe 120 years since 1900s to now. And within that time, different countries have gone through different levels of, structural transformation, economic shocks. Not all regions experienced it at the same time. So I think maybe fixing ideas with a table or figure or something with kind of what were those key shocks and what was the magnitude of them as far as kind of their impact on the GDP or female labor force participation. It can really help to nail down that what is the initial condition pre-shock and what is kind of the effect of the interaction between initial condition and the shock itself. I kind of wanted to, because a lot of the work that she discussed in her talk today and was in her paper kind of goes back and forth between the two ideas in this kind of literature. I think it's well established there are two different types of things happening here, right? What is kind of affecting levels of women's employment? So FLPR is female labor participation rate, right? Because some countries start off already high. Some countries start off low, and what could explain that level, right? And again, she talks about religion in her caste, patrilineality. So I think those are definitely important things. But even in the literature, there is kind of a lot more in terms of what could be more deeper factors which actually drive those even patrilocality and patrilineality, right? For example, rise of socialism from 1980s to 2015. This is again in class in 2019, which actually showed that was one of the biggest kind of drivers of female labor force participation in those East Asian countries, some of the East Asian countries. Partly because it inherently embodies the idea of gender equality, but the other thing is also government-owned enterprises tend to be more inefficient and hence need more labor. And if the demand is sufficient, then it not just pulls in men, but also pulls in women. There are studies which look at climatic conditions which kind of impact how much fresh water is available throughout the year. And that affects females' marriage ages, fertility, mortality, and consequently, how much they're kept within the household and allowed to kind of go outside it. Of course, technology used in farming, whether it's plow-based, which is more gender biased towards men. So I think it would be helpful to kind of explore how and if any of those kind of explain some of the level differences that we're talking about here. I was curious if there are kind of, in her work, if she has seen variations within countries in these regions which kind of violate the income honor hypothesis that she has put forward. For example, and this is kind of where it's a little blurry for me, because there are things which affect levels of FLPR and there are things which affect trends of FLPR, right? What affects the change, how much a female labor force participation and gender empowerment outcomes are changing in response to some shock or some policy intervention. For example, in India, in South Asia, we see that with rising income, actually women are pulled out from the labor force, suggesting a much weaker tie with the labor force, as opposed to in East Asia, where that is not the case. So I think it would be helpful to kind of understand that a bit more. And finally, I think this is perhaps more speculation at this point. Is there any insight that she has in terms of whether the gaps in female labor force or gender empowerment outcomes, whether they're continuing to diverge between the regions, countries? Are there signs of convergence within countries? I think because these regions, like each country has such a distinct history and past and all of that, maybe kind of looking at more heterogeneous effects of these within the regions as well. So I'll kind of stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I thought those questions were very thoughtful. We have 10 minutes for Q&A, and I just thought we could kind of go through some of the questions that have already been proposed. I think a lot of the questions are why is South Asia not as advanced? There was a question from Danielle Halim, the respondent from the last speaker, about former Soviet countries tend to have high female labor force participation. Does this explain some of the divergence? So I guess part of the question a little bit about the I suppose the communist Soviet model. Would you like to take on that question? I saw that you were, and any of the quick points that were just made.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. So let me go briefly back to the deep roots of the variation in culture. That's a great question. If people want to read this in more depth, I refer you to my Substack, where I have a couple of posts on this. Like, for example, one, we can even go back maybe 3,000 years to the Indo-Aryan migration, and those groups across North India tend to have much more conservative norms around policing. We can also talk about the Mughal invasion, Central Asian rule. So I'll leave that. So one, yes, definitely lots of subnational heterogeneity and deep history back thousands of years. As for communism, okay, number one. As the Klassen paper shows, that female employment is typically higher in communist countries. And this, I suggest for different reasons, is because communist central planners set wages low and productivity targets high. So firms had a strong incentive to hire more workers, and male wages would not cover the family basket. However, that definitely does not explain the East Asian divergence, because you also see very high female employment in Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore. Singapore has never been communist, nor has Hong Kong or Taiwan. Yet Taiwan and Singapore have a gender pay gap of 6%. 6%. So if you look at all those non-communist East Asian countries, you see massive progress towards gender equality without that communist experience, and it's all because of job creating economic growth. Now, there's an excellent question, that would be relevant for economists. How much of this is about how, can we do causal identification? How much is jobs per se? And as I said right in the beginning, there were both cultural and economic differences in the very beginning, right? So East Asians did have this weaker preference for female seclusion. So that yes, definitely in the very beginning you have that. But Singapore is the perfect case study. So in Singapore in the 1930s, 1940s, 1950s, working class Tamil migrants, that is from the south of India, went to Singapore to work as indentured laborers. And female labor force participation at that time was very low for the Tamil women. It was slightly higher for the Chinese migrants who had come from southeastern China. But with job creating economic growth, both groups, the Tamil Indians and the Chinese migrants, saw a massive rise in female labor force participation. So what that tells me is even if you have this slight cultural difference in the beginning, with job creating growth in a non-communist country, boom, massive progress towards gender equality. And as I was saying, Singapore now has a gender pay gap that's lower than the US. Lots of women in management. If you look at World Values Survey data, strong support for gender equality. And I mean, you know, obviously East Asia has a number of further challenges around fertility, but you know, I leave that for others. But yes, Singapore. Thank you. And sorry, I should have said thank you very much for all those points and questions and that perfect summary. I apologize. I should have said that too. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. So I think some of it is how do you measure gender equality and what are your metrics? Because you've mentioned East Asia and you mentioned Japan and Korea. These are two countries that I would say are not great in terms of certain metrics on gender equality, notably labor force participation. So where we need to kind of differentiate, and what we've certainly done in gender and development space is to separate economic growth from gender equality, because we have seen that these do not go in tandem. This is also the only region that has a declining labor force participation rate of women and a very slow gender gap decrease for all global regions. Yet, until the pandemic, we were probably the most economically strong region with like 6 to 7% growth. So the storyline around jobs is complicated because 60% of women are in vulnerable jobs. So that whole informal economy, which dominates across the board, and that includes in large parts of East Asia, where women are in those jobs is also really significant. So I guess I haven't read your paper, but I would be interested to hear a little bit more about the role of social norms. I mean, I think we've talked broadly about historical change, historical trends, and culture, but something that is kind of persistent across a range of different economies, irrespective of their political regimes, is this preference for women to stay at home and have children. Their reproductive roles is very much at the forefront across Asia, across even OECD economies, right? So even the way our economies are structured are focused on that. And all the work that we do on unpaid care work kind of really features on that. So I guess this is a very kind of long-winded, long question about when you talk about jobs. So how do you kind of also, what kind of jobs are you talking about? Because when we're doing policy recommendations, it is important to be quite pointed, even countries like Singapore. So what is the political leadership looking like in Singapore in terms of women's participation in public roles and political roles? So I think it is important to be a bit more nuanced, and it's nice to have historical trends, but it's also important to kind of think about the metrics and think about how those undercurrents of discriminatory social norms may manifest differently in different cultures and economies, but they still are very persistent in terms of a preference for women's reproductive roles and how our economies are structured around those.
Okay, brilliant question. So let me clarify. If we just take a contemporary snapshot, if we just look at South Korea and Japan today, we will think these are two enormously patriarchal countries, right? If you look at any data, like a male high school graduate is more likely to be promoted and given a regular job over a Korean woman with a degree. In China, in Little Red Book, the social media, there's a meme, a woman with 985, that is a prestigious university, she's equivalent to like a man. Like only if a woman is hyper qualified is she as good as a man. So absolutely, we still see massive sexist discrimination if we look today. But my point is comparative and historical, right? So I'm not saying South Korea and Japan are feminist utopias, but if we compare to the situation 100 years ago, or if we look at any of the metrics in India today, so you asked about gender equality metrics, if we look at support, if we think about women's status, if you look at attitudes, World Values Survey data, if you look at the IDHS data on women's decision-making, women's status, acceptance of gender-based violence, any possible indicator we pick on gender, or even female representation in politics. In India, only 11% of the representatives at national level are female. And so if we look at nationally represent any kind of gender equality data for employment, for attitudes, for perceptions of violence, for justification of male abuse, it is much, much worse in India. I mean, there is absolutely no competition between Pakistan, where we still have honor killings, where still in many villages women are not even allowed to vote, and Korea, right? Across Pakistan, there are many villages where women are not allowed to vote, where they signed, the level of honor killings, the level of violence, the level of policing is no way comparable to Korea, where agreed, women are in worse jobs and there's a preference for housewives and there's strong discrimination in many chaebols, for example. So I totally agree. There's still a lot of persistent discrimination in East Asia, but the contrast with the past, the contrast with Pakistan is absolutely overwhelming on any indicator. And in the paper, I present lots of different indicators and research, and about the broad spectrum of gender equality. So I'm not looking at just female labor force participation in the aggregate, but many different domains, like women's control over their sexuality, women's control over their reproduction, women's attitudes to gender-based violence. For example, if we look at the South Korean feminist movement today, I mean, that's becoming really, really powerful. Lots of women going out, supporting each other. Similarly, and you don't see that in the same scale in India, where research by Anna Kriti, for example, or Alison Evans in Odisha and Uttar Pradesh show that many young married women have only one friend. Right? In India, there are several states where married women have only one friend. That's totally different from Korea and Japan, like going back to Dr. Batachi's point on solidarity and female friendships. So I think, yeah, so in terms of female friendships, female friendships and solidarity outside the family are really important, because then it's women have someone they can confide in, someone they can talk to, someone who can help them navigate these different things, someone who can give them advice that's not rooted in be loyal to your husband and your kin. It's worlds apart by any metric to compare Korea and Pakistan, for example, or UP. Thank you, though. That's a great question, and thank you for allowing me to clarify.
Thank you so much. We have to move on now to our third and final speaker. So thank you so much to Dr. Alice Evans and to Umia. Hopefully you'll stay. And again, if anyone has additional questions, because we have very tight space for Q&A, please put them in the chat, and hopefully Dr. Evans can respond in real time. So now I have the pleasure to invite, he's already on screen, Francis Zhang. He's a lecturer at Guangdong University of Foreign Studies. He has a master's degree from Singapore Nanyang Technological University, majoring in international political economy. And he has a great interest of gender equality as the elephant in the room on a global scale, which is, when I read that in his biography, I thought that was put a smile on my face. So over to you. You have 25 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Keiko. I'm now sharing my screen first. Here, okay. Can everyone see that on the screen?
Very clear on my end, thank you.
Okay. So, hello, my friends. Greetings to everyone from in Tokyo and from all over Asia and around the world, of course. It is a privilege here to delve into a topic paramount in SDG. This is a very preliminary research of mine and my cooperator Liu Jun, called Women on the Edge of Changing Global Value Chain: Effects of Country-Level GVC Participation on Gender Equality. This exploration will shed light on the intricate ties between global value chains participation of countries and their progress toward gender equality. The purpose of our study is multifold. First, as one of the goals in the SDGs, pursuing gender equality lays a pathway to advance the goal. Second, gender issue actually exhibits strong interconnections with other SDG concerns like education, health, and poverty, and even climate change. Research suggests that women tend to prioritize sustainable growth more than men, given their central role in food purchasing, home field gathering, and overseeing children's health within the family. Third, gender gap has been and remains underlying a plethora of development problems. And while it's true that there has been significant strides toward gender equality over the past few decades, the COVID-19 pandemic has dealt a severe blow to this progress. According to a study carried out by WEF, the pandemic has effectively erased a generation's worth of gains in gender equality. Moreover, the pandemic has had far-reaching indirect effects, particularly in the reshaping of the global value chain, which significantly influences gender dynamics at work and in society. As developed nations like the United States implement strategies for reshoring or friendshoring to enhance supply chain resilience, the impact on women vary globally. This might bring benefits to women in Southeast Asia or Mexico, but for those in countries like mainland China, the picture isn't as rosy. The exodus of textile and electronics assembly industries has led to the increase of unemployment, disproportionately affecting women and further exacerbating gender inequalities. And hence, our research goal is to scrutinize the interplay between a country's participation in the global value chain and its impact on gender equality. We aim to accomplish this through the analysis of country-level data on a worldwide scale. Our aspiration is to shed light on strategies that can advance the gender equality objective within the framework of the SDGs. By doing so, we hope to contribute to the global discourse on gender equality and its pivotal role in sustainable development. Here is the roadmap of my presentation. I will introduce you the model, variables, and data, and then the empirical results. The last section will be a brief discussion and conclusion of our research. We set up a OLS model to estimate the effect. To give a simple, GII refers to Gender Inequality Index, and GVCP here is the GVC participation of country I in year T. X is a collection of control variables. Our independent variable is GVCP here. The calculation of this variable is based on Koopman et al. 2010 and Wang et al. 2013. Koopman is sort of the first to establish a framework to decompose trade into various segments based on value added of the products. And Wang et al. 2013 improved their methods. So based on Wang's improved method and Koopman's basic framework, we calculate the participation of a country in GVC. Generally, a larger number means deeper participation in the GVC. Data is sourced from UNCTAD EORA output data, and the time range is from 1990 to 2021. Our dependence variable is Gender Inequality Index from UNDP. It is a very mature index developed based on SAT 2009. The index ranges from 0 to 1, where 1 means extremely unequal, 0 means extremely equal. As for control variables, we have considered factors like sex ratio at birth, urbanization, and level of democracy and so on. This is the descriptive statistics of the sample data. Here comes the next section, the empirical results and its analysis. This is the table of the baseline regression results. We only need to look at column 4 here. After controlling the country fixed and year fixed effects, the coefficient of GVCP is significantly negative at 1% level, indicating that GVC participation would actually exacerbate gender inequality. We then carry out robustness and endogeneity tests. Due to time limitations, I will make it short here. We found that our baseline regression stand firm, demonstrating the reliability of our findings. And we have more plans to carry out more robustness tests in the next phase of our study. So I will just skip this part. Then we test the heterogeneity under the core peripheral structure proposed by Wallerstein in his world system theory, proposed in, I think it's in the 90s. Though our baseline regression shows that on a global scale, GVC participation would exacerbate gender inequality, it is unlikely the effects would be the same for developed and developing countries, since they hold different positions and possesses different capabilities in the GVC. So here, instead of using tables, I made heat maps to better illustrate the empirical results. Here in this plot, purple means decreasing effect of GVCP on gender inequality at a very significant level, while yellow color is exacerbating or increasing effect of gender inequality at a very significant level. We first divide our sample based on the income level of a country. We find that participating in the GVC is male-oriented in lower middle and low income countries and would enlarge the gender gap. Then we test the sample based on demographic dividends. The result is similar to that of the income level. We also test whether countries with stronger structural power in the GVC could harvest more gains for their women. And we find that G7, G20, and OECD founding countries benefits their women by joining the GVC. So we also test the heterogeneous effects based on geographic location. We find that Southeast Asian, Latin American, and Sub-Saharan African countries' participation of the GVC is mostly male-oriented and consequently generating gender-biased benefits. We find no evidence effect in Europe, possibly due to its already very deep engagement in the GVC. East Asia and North America, including Australia and New Zealand, could improve gender equality by GVC participation. Given the task at hand to bolster the pursuit of gender equality within SDGs, we have implemented a mechanism test. This task hinges upon the interaction term, and the logic underpinning our task is twofold. First, countries factor endowments, and second, we also borrow insights from the Lewis dual sector model. So in the next section, I will sequentially present the results. The first mechanism is technology progress. In particular, when a country's technological level increases, it can lead to a reduction in gender inequality through increased participation in the GVC. However, this effect is not consistent across different income categories of countries. In high-income countries, as technology progress, GVC participation will exacerbate gender inequality. The effects for upper middle income and lower middle income countries are significantly negative, meaning that technological progress in these countries helps to alleviate gender inequality when participating the GVC. Then comes the factor of natural resource dependence. On a global scale, the role of natural resource dependence is not significant, but for high-income countries, an increase of dependence on natural resource in its economy could actually make participating the GVC favorable to gender inequality improvement. For lower middle income and low income countries, the effect is opposite. The next factor is age dependency ratio. Generally, A higher ratio means heavier social burden. Our research reveals that on a global scale, when the age dependency ratio increases, the exacerbating effects of global value chain participation on gender inequality would be stronger. The only exception is lower middle income countries. A higher age dependency ratio could strangely adjust GVC participation to improve gender equality. We have a very preliminary assumption for this phenomenon. An increase of age dependency ratio in these countries would drive the government to improve social welfare system. And because their social welfare system is not well established before, when they are in their low income level. So such a move would improve the women's status and thus narrow the gender gap. But this marginal effect would vanish when the country upgrade into upper middle income level. But more research is needed to explain this tricky results. Then we test agriculture developments. The coefficients of the interaction term are mostly negative, so the role of agriculture is largely negative in narrowing gender gap. And then comes the manufacturing. For high-income countries, the higher the ratio of manufacturing in GDP, the more favorable is GVC participation's effect on gender equality. For upper middle income and lower middle income countries, as the share of manufacturing in GDP increases, their participation of the GVC would exacerbate the gender inequality. The last mechanism is service sector developments. There is again a clear divergence between core and peripheral countries. Interestingly, an increase in the service sector's contribution to GDP may potentially aggravate the negative effects of GVC participation on gender inequality in high-income countries. Conversely, in the context of low-income countries, the same growth in the service sector could leverage the influence of GVC participation to mitigate existing gender disparities. We also further analyze the effects of participating in various GVC positions on gender equality. We decompose GVC participation into upstream and downstream participation based on Wang et al. 2017. We find that developed countries in the core of the world system, again, they harvest more in both upstream and downstream participation of the GVC compared to developing countries and so as their women. So at last, we would like to conclude our major findings in this research. First, on a global scale, GVC participation exacerbates gender inequality. Second, we find solid evidence of a core peripheral structure in the fate of women in the GVC. The heterogeneity between nations is very significant. Last, GVC participation in exemplifying the existing disparities between men and women, as well as within women, reveals an apparent massive effect that disproportionately benefit women in rich countries. And also, based on our mechanism test, we might have several policy implications to help achieve gender equality. The first one is advocacy for universal technological progress. This is also in line with the SDGs promotion of technological innovation and higher levels of productivity. Second, overly dependence on natural resources is bad news for women in developing countries. So it is suggested to extend the industrial chain to manufacturing rather than just simply exporting raw materials. Third, balancing the age dependency ratio is crucial in high-income countries to narrow the gender gap. women generally take small responsibilities in taking care of families. So if social and family burden increases, it is possible that women would take more costs. Meanwhile, a low ratio is also not entirely good news for women. So the key is about balancing. Fourth, the modernization of the agriculture sector. This aligns with Goal 2 of the SDGs, which seeks to promote sustainable agriculture and support equal access to land, technology, and markets. Also, this could foster manufacturing and service sector developments, providing more jobs opportunities for women. Fifth, the service sector could serve as a temporary solution for lessening gender inequality in developing nations. Although the manufacturing sector might be more sustainable in the long term for technological advancement and demand for skilled labor. And the last one is a cautious approach toward premature deindustrialization, because we find manufacturing to be more significant in narrowing gender gap in high-income countries compared to the service sectors. And yeah, that's all for my presentation today, and thank you. Yeah, I will give it back to you, Keiko. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zhang, and also for keeping to time, so we might even be able to catch up and have a longer time for Q&A. But before that, I would like to invite the discussant, Assistant Professor Mitra Nguyen. She's on the screen, from the International School of Vietnam National University. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, hello everyone. This is my privilege to be here and to share some insights with you. So I hope that you can see my screen now. So is that clear from your end?
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so so now I will discuss the Dr. Phan's paper. So I really like this paper, actually. So in the first part of the talk, I will give some overview of the paper, and then I will move on to make some points for further improvement of the paper. All right. So now the paper uncovers the linkage between global value chain GVC participation and gender inequality at the country level. So he's making the country, doing some country level regression models here. Now for gender inequality is measured by the Gender Inequality Index, while GVC participation is measured by the proportion of domestic value added, foreign value added, and the double counting element in the total export. So the paper addressed a very crucial topic in development economics, given the notable decline of gender equality across the globe and the increasing importance of GVC participation in development. Regarding the findings, so the paper, overall, the paper finds that on a global scale, GVC participation decreases gender inequality. I'm sorry, so it should, yeah, it increased gender inequality, but it is different. The paper finds different results in different contexts. Specifically, GVC participation decreases inequality in developed countries, but it increases inequality in developing countries. So it means that things are worse for developing countries. The paper also explores some mechanisms that might reverse the exacerbating GVC participation effects on gender disparities. For example, the mechanisms can be technological progress, capital accumulation, dependence on natural resources, age dependency ratio, among others. And the role of each pathway varies in different settings. So I believe that the results are critical tools for shaping policies, fostering collaboration, guiding intervention, and promoting sustainable and inclusive practices. And the paper contributes to a more informed and effective approach to addressing gender disparity within the complex and interconnected global landscape. Okay, so actually the paper opens many prospects for future research, right? So future studies based on this paper can seek to investigate the impacts of GVC on other dimensions of gender, like women's empowerment and gender-based violence. And the analysis may be conducted at the individual women level. So the paper definitely opens many prospects for future research. Okay, so that's all the strong points of the paper. And in the next session, I would like to discuss some potential points for further improvements. So the subsequent points can be categorized into three groups of comments. So the first one is for the empirical model, and also the second one is for conceptual framework and mechanisms. And lastly, it is the discussion of the results and policy recommendations. So first about the empirical model. So all of my comments here are based on the paper. All right. So you may make some because there are some points that the speaker hasn't presented in the slide, but I read the paper and make the comments based on the paper. Okay. So it would be better if the authors can clarify, give some more clarification on the inequality index, in the gender inequality index here. So what specific aspects under each dimension should be further discussed? And as the authors explain the index, so it is mentioned in the paper that you take the geometric mean, something like that. So if it can help the reader if the author can provide some formulas when they calculate the index, so that the readers can better understand what aspects does the index cover, right? And also, this is related to what the author discussed in the paper when they explain the index. So the authors mentioned many other gender inequality indices in section 2.2.2. And so they can actually use those indices as outcome variables in the robustness checks to see if the relationship between GVC participation and gender inequality still hold if they use different outcome variables. So I mean different outcome variables, different measures of gender inequality. So this is for the robustness check. And also, in terms of the empirical models, please correct me if I'm wrong. So in the paper section 3.2.1, right? So it has the author mentions the country fixed effects models, right? So I assume they include the countries as dummy variables, and which is also equivalent to making the within country comparison. So this should be the same. So I assume column 4 in table 3 should be the same as column 4 in table 2. So yeah, so but I see different numbers. So maybe the author could better clarify this these two specifications. Right. And also, if the objective of the paper is to estimate the impact, I mean, infer causality on the relationship, then the author should be clearer in stating how they account for endogeneity. Actually, endogeneity cannot be tested with any statistical tests, right? So it is a way of presentation. So in the paper, authors can discuss the problem of endogeneity, and then they go on to discuss how they can address the endogeneity problem, either through the country-specific effects. I'm sure they do that in the paper, and they can go on to explain how the country-specific effects can help like account for the unobserved within country characteristics. And in terms of the instrumental variable approach, the authors put it in the robustness check. But yes, I see that, but they can better explain whether the instrument meets the exclusion restriction condition, because this condition cannot be statistically tested. Right? It should do more to convince readers. So I refer to the paper here, Jean et al. In 2022. All right, so they tackle similar questions like the paper here, and the authors can refer to this paper for the discussion of the IV. Right, so I'm gonna skip the minor points here. So next, another major point is about the conceptual framework. So I feel like what the paper missing is a discussion of the conceptual framework, highlighting the multifaceted nature of gender disparity and of the underlying contributors. And you should discuss the conceptual framework and say more about how your study fits in the framework, right? And they can do more, the authors can do more to discuss the channels through which GVC affects gender disparity. It is mentioned in the literature review, some pathways like this, but can you actually test this with your data? I think you can find some aggregate information, aggregate data to test, actually empirically test these points, test the pathways. So do you find the effect? Do you find that these can mediate the effects of GVC and gender inequality? And lastly, I'm going to be quick. So for the discussion and conclusion, maybe the authors can compare your results to those of other papers, especially micro level studies, to illustrate if your macro levels, like country level findings, align with those of the micro level studies. And yes, I didn't see those points in the paper, but I guess the author already put them in the presentation in terms of the policy implication and how the findings can help achieve sustainable development goals. So the last two points are already discussed in the slide, so I'm going to skip it. And so the remaining points, the smaller points, like a lot about the heterogeneity analysis. Maybe you can explore heterogeneous effects by time to see how the effects of GVC on gender inequality change over time. Regarding the upstream and downstream analysis, maybe you can provide the rationale for conducting those analyses and to explain more, because like some readers of general interest can read your papers, can understand more about these analyses. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nguyen, for those great questions. I see already there's one hand up. I also have a lot of questions, and I saw that some of the policy recommendations are for ADB, so I'm really happy to answer some of that. But first, let me give the floor to maybe, and if you can, put on your video, Minnie Thomas. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly.
I'm sorry. Am I audible?
Yes, perfectly.
So just one question. So when you are looking at gender equality, this index, so does the index cover only female employment, or it also looks at female entrepreneurship as well? How GVC participation influences female entrepreneurship? Is that dimension covered or only female employment is being covered? Just a clarification question.
Thank you. I wanted to just kind of add on that, because that was basically my starting point and I agreed with the general kind of conclusion from Dr. Nguyen about it opens up some questions. So, and I think it confirms a lot of what we work on in terms of women's entrepreneurship, is that we know where women are concentrated in those global value chains. We also understand some of the inequalities that get exacerbated through global value chains. At the same time, let's say from an ADB perspective, but I would say that your recommendation should focus more on the country level when they are designing their trade policies, designing their kind of development plans, more directed to that, because ADB just supports those plans and gives policy advice. But so more broadly, there's the GII is useful for high level, very macro level understanding of levels of gender inequality in a country, but it doesn't capture quite a lot of the other more nuanced areas. And when we're talking about GVCs, obviously we're talking about women's entrepreneurship and where women are, but as well as women workers. So, I mean, I haven't fully digested all your paper because it was very rich in data and incredibly thought-provoking. But there were a lot of points I thought about when you talked about manufacturing, for example. So women tend to be in more vulnerable positions within the manufacturing sector. And there's some new data that ADB and ILO published in September, October, called Where Women Work in Asia. And that kind of gives some details of where women are in the manufacturing sector. And this is why the COVID pandemic was particularly negative for female jobs in the Asia Pacific region, because women are more concentrated in those sectors, more hard hit. And so they're going to be more likely to be automated away, those type of jobs. We already know that, and we already feel those effects. So I guess I would kind of suggest in your paper to really think about some of those nuances. And the GII is useful for very high level, but the labor force participation that it captures doesn't fully capture the scale of women's entrepreneurship. It doesn't look at women's involvement in micro entrepreneurship, for example. That's very hard data to have. Most countries in our region don't have a definition of women-owned business. They don't have that data disaggregated from micro to the SME sector, or where women and the scale of women. It doesn't mean data gap should never be a hindrance, though, to doing that kind of work. But I did think so I agreed with the conclusion that there's a lot to think about, and that your overall conclusion is probably correct, but the policy recommendation should be, how do you make it better? I think there's some promising works on gender and trade that's being led by the WTO, for example, that have a declaration since 2017. A lot of more developed economies are including gender chapters in their bilateral trade agreements with certain countries. Canada, for example, is well known to have a gender chapter, and that has an effect. So it has an effect on how women can be treated and supported within a global value chain in terms of those trade agreements, protection of women's jobs and things like that. So I think there's a lot around social protection and social protection of jobs and how GVCs may affect that, but also how do you make sure that women don't get further excluded? So I think I would love to see a paper that focuses much more on that, and getting some of going beyond the data to have some more qualitative analysis on what's working to make sure that women can properly benefit. So I'll bring it back to you to respond.
I agree with you, Keiko. Our study is focused on the macro level data, country level data. So one of the shortage that is inevitable is we cannot capture the nuances, especially on the specific policy designs. If we, based on the current studies we are carrying out now, I think it's actually a little bit difficult for us to get very specific policy implications. So we would try to carry out more micro level case studies, to solve this problem. I hope, we still have some time to improve our paper, And for Minnie Thomas, her question is about whether our GII index covers female employment. Yes, the GII index actually has one sub-index that captures female labor share in the total labor population. Yes, that's my answer to her question. Yes. And I will, for Keiko's suggestion, I will follow in and try to achieve the goals.
Well, thank you so much.
I think,
really,
so I
really,
think probably
sorry,
you can keep, you can keep the aggregate macro models as the background, and then you go on to explore more at the micro level.
Yes,
and
yes,
actually, yes, you can look at more dimensions like the empowerment measures or like gender-based violence. So I think there should be some data along that line.
Yes,
I wouldn't go down a path of GBV there, because you're opening up a whole other can of worms around the relationships between those, which is not straightforward. But I would actually recommend maybe just using labor force participation data rather than combining it with the GII, which looks at, it would be interesting to see it from the 3 different strands rather than just the composite indicator itself. Having said that, I think we could have probably a much longer discussion, and happy to have that moving forward. But I see that Daniel's put on his camera and we're running woefully over time, so I haven't done a great job as a moderator, but I think all the discussions and the speakers have been excellent, and I think we've kind of gone through a wide range of different topics around gender equality. So I think I'll hand back over to Daniel. Thank you to all the speakers and to all the great questions that have been posed.